Good morning and a very warm welcome to cricket lovers from all around the globe. We're coming to you live from the picturesque BAYUEMAS Oval here in Malaysia, a ground that is as scenic as it is receptive. The sun's out, the breeze is gentle, the outfield looks like a green carpet rolled out just for this occasion. If you're a batter, you're already licking your lips. The bowlers be very aware. It's just this a sweet nothing before turning on. It is the second match of this exciting five-match one-day series between Assam Cricket Association and Malaysia Women's 11. And if the first game was anything to go by, we're in for another gripping contest. Just a quick recap then. Malaysia batted first and were bundled out for 148. Assam, well, they made short work of the chase, hunting it down in just 27.1 overs. The star of the show was Kushi Sharma, elegant, calm, and clinical, with a run ball 59 that could have walked straight into a highlight reel. But today is a new day, of course, and if cricket has taught us anything at all, it's that form can be fleeting and momentum can be even more so. Will Assam tighten their grip on the series, or can Malaysians bounce back perhaps with a few trips up their sleeve on their home turf? So let's all strap in. This is where stories are written and rewritten. And if the South can stay away, they might be treated to a very classic cricket contest here at Biomass Oval. With that being said, let us not have any kind of delay and head in for the toss.
Welcome to BAYUEMAS. We are here for the toss. Malaysia will toss the coin.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's heads. Heads. Assam won. Okay. Assam has won the toss and will bat first. Thank you.
All right, then the toss is done, and it is Assam Cricket Association who have won it. And without a moment's hesitation, they have decided to bat first. And you know what? I am really happy with that call in terms of the decision making of the captain of Assam. The pitch here at Biomass Oval looks like a belter, firm, dry, and promising absolutely true bounce here. There's just enough grass to keep the ball skidding on, but it is absolutely nothing that can scare the top order. And adding to that, the weather is bright and sunny, the kind of condition any batter would definitely want to take first strike and settle in and eventually be able to post a very big total. Also, if you're Assam, you've got confidence in your batting unit after that fluent chase first game. Someone like Kushi Sharma and company can really look in and eventually try to put on a good score, which then eventually a chance to put runs on the board, high scoreboard pressure, to make Malaysia play the catch-up game once again. Let's see if we can see some smart cricket and positive intent. With that, the two batters are definitely out there on the crease, waiting for the new ball to just be bowled. I'll get the signal play, and let's see how it goes from here on. Definitely, as for Malaysia Women 11, the job is cut out, but far from impossible, really. They'll need to come out with energy, purpose, and more importantly, they need to come out with a lot of discipline. Early wickets will definitely be the key. You don't really want Assam to settle into that comfort zone like they did in that other match. The new ball will be very crucial. They need to use the early movement and with the right length, and definitely they'll want to test that top order. In the field, they'll require sharpness, commitment, and every run that can be saved will be a small win for them. With that being said, here's the first ball, hint of in swinger, and nice play from the offside. Starts off with a dot, but definitely we see Aina Hamiza taking the new ball for Malaysia. She has that experience with the new ball in hand. She's bowling to Amontika, and her partner opening is that. So far, Malaysia will definitely require some relief. That is what has been missing in the previous game. They were struggling with the bat, but you know that they can be a very good bowling side. So yes, they were outplayed in the first game, but it has a funny way of offering redemption. So we have not been too far in this series yet. It's just the second game here. If Malaysia can have some early strikes, definitely be able to put some pressure on and this game could really swing on a dime. Starts off with a couple of dot deliveries played in the air, but just away from the fielder at short mid wicket. And this is why some aggressive captaincy is required from Malaysia. Captain Marcelisa is extremely talented when it comes to all-round abilities. He's excellent with the bat in hand and absolutely clinical with off spinners. And of course, he's a three-dimensional cricketer, fascinating in the field. Every time the ball goes to us, he's just running after it like an absolute magnet. On that occasion, I believe that Malaysia can definitely start with a bit of more attacking field set. Perhaps the fielder at the 30 yard can be a few steps inching closer towards the batter. We definitely have a left and right hand combination up top for Assam, and Amontika is already off the mark. So far, three deliveries have been won, and Aina Hamiza has shown us glimpses of movement in the air. So that will definitely be something that will just keep the fast bowler interested a little bit longer. 50 over contest, and so the batters will have plenty of time as long as they don't play any forceful shots. But on that occasion, they beautifully on the rise, and it is nicely punched off the back foot towards the point, with fielding in the deep, but not before the batters complete a couple of runs. So good start from Gayatri here. He's already gone off to a couple, and looks like Assam has started very nicely. The lineup today for Assam then is Rashmi Day, the captain, alongside the opening batter who's batting out there right now, Gayatri. Once again, a very good looking shot. The technique is right on top there. You can see that she bats with a very high elbow, and on that occasion, that was nicely driven, but not managed to pick up the cap. Nevertheless, we were talking about the lineup is Monica Das, Kintimani, Priyanka Borua, Nirupa Boro, and we have Kushi Sharma, Mosumi Nara, Amantika Munda, the other opener. We also have Urmila and Bhima alongside Shivani, the wicketkeeper. And on the other hand, for Malaysia, we have Elsa Hunter, Nasalisa, the captain, of course, Aina Hamiza, the new ball bowler, and Julia, the ever so reliable wicketkeeper, Noor Isma Dania. And then we have Aisa Lisa, and then Nazatul Hidayah, alongside Noor Dania, Amalin Orfina, Savika Manivanan, very good bowler, blue ball definitely. Waiting to see how she goes today. And Lauren Tua alongside Marisa. So very capable Malaysia lineup we have today. And as we were speaking about it before, it is Sabika to continue with the new ball for Malaysia from the other end. Starts off by deviating slightly towards leg side, but that is played away on the mid wicket. Once again, we're seeing that this right hand batter, Amantika, has played a couple of deliveries in the air towards that mid wicket area. And this is why the captaincy will be very crucial here. If she's observing this, Natalisa should definitely bring her short mid wicket a little bit closer so that there is an opportunity to really go after it and catch it. Lower delivery this time attempted quite early on, and it will be a dot ball, so we're not seeing that much of carry from Sabika, but she's definitely trying to produce something with this new ball here. Once again, she's trying to just get the ball moving on towards the offside. She has a slip in play, so the left hand seamer is just trying to produce that angle at which she takes the ball away from the right hander. I think she'll be happy to just give her an opportunity by bowling at the stump, just like she did on that occasion. And maybe if the bowler is bowling the right channel, there is an opportunity of picking up a wicket. Because oftentimes we've seen that the batters have committed to false shots when the bowler has hold consecutive dot deliveries, such as on this very occasion. Wide is this time, and that is once again nice to play towards the offside. Third man does well, and that is only a single. So far, Sobika has pulled line to line and wicket to wicket. It's not express pace, but what she has is control, and that is on display here. And control is often seen as gold in power play. Just one run so far in the five deliveries. So she's definitely been asking the right questions and keeping the batters honest. Now with the left-hander on strike, it will be interesting to see how she finishes. So far, Malaysia will be happy with this. This is the kind of pressure they will want to build from the word go. And she finishes off with a dot then. So only one run in this over. Two overs completed with four without loss for Assam. So Master Lee says happy to use a right arm seamer from one end and left arm spin from another. Aina Hamiza's first over went for just 3 runs, and so far just 4 runs on the board. Amontika has looked a little bit tentative, and although she's picked up 2 runs, she's faced 8 deliveries so far. She can definitely afford to spend some time out there in the crease, but it's just the way that she's batted. It looks a little bit as if she's been under a little bit of pressure. Gayatri Gurung is 2 of 4 deliveries at the other end, the left-hander, and she definitely looks the better batter out of the two. Another thing I would definitely want to see is one Julia come a few steps closer. That is nicely bowled. Just on that occasion, you can see that the ball would have carried to the three fielder if they were one step closer. So that is something I just wanted to point out before this review that for my liking, they're standing at least a couple of steps further than what I would have anticipated. Definitely, Aina Hamiza so far with her in-swingers is definitely looking quite comfortable against this right-hand batter Amantika. Just maybe if the fielder would have come in a bit closer. Then just once again we see that thickish outside edge just leading when she was trying to close the bat for that thick shot on the leg side. And definitely we can confirm that after coming out the bat, Gayatri hasn't looked the most convincing of the batters yet. Aina Hamis, on the other hand, is definitely getting some movement of the pitch, getting the in swinger to the right hander, and already on a couple of occasions we've seen that the batter has not played that away in the most convincible fashion. The first time to the right hander, and that slow bowling really needed to start off well, especially since it looks like Gayatri looking good out there. So you can't really offer freebies like this. So off the wide, the keeper failed to gather. So it was single on it. 2 runs coming from that extra. And good thing only about that will be he gets the goal at Amontika again. And looks like she's challenging her. We have to see how she finishes this. Once again attacking the stump. This time she plays that on the ground. So Dania does well at mid wicket. Now the dot ball. Once again trying to play that on the leg side. This time with full control and in a much better fashion. Nice to play and will be a couple of runs for Amontika just to settle her a little bit better. So definitely now things are looking a bit better for Assam after Amontika started a bit tentatively. It's nice to settle in now. The last delivery remaining for Aina Hamiza bowling to Montica. And once again, she's definitely got a lovely wrist position. Keeps it stumps to someone most occasions, especially with the ball coming into the right hander. And she's not really given the batters any room to free their arms. It's been quite a tidy start for Malaysia, and they would have hoped for a wicket. Still not too late here, but definitely in the first five, they'll want to pick up a wicket and just push some on that back foot a little bit because now it will be Sobika from the other end. And until now, in the first three overs, both Sobika and Aina have kept the bowling in a miserly fashion from both the ends. And looks like a little bit of pressure is building, and we know what pressure can do in cricket. One dot, two dots, and suddenly the batter wants to do something fancy. We'll have to see if Sobika from this end can just capitalize on that over from Aina Hamiza. We saw her just picking up those leading edges on a couple of occasions. So some intent on display from Gayatri here, just trying to charge down the track and maybe play inside out shot from that occasion. Sobika adjusted nicely. Sobika Manivanan is not too expressed, but he's bowling wicket to wicket, and that is really bringing Gayatri Gurung to just do something different out there. On that occasion, to the left hander, she was deviating slightly down the leg side, and it was comfortably played. Another single. So it's not like Gayatri is spending too much of time out there. Whenever she's having an opportunity, she's been happy to just rotate the strike nicely. On that occasion, we saw as well, first delivery, intent was on display, but she didn't get the gap. And the very next delivery, she was happy to just rotate the strike. This is something that Amantika needs to do as well. Once again, this is played on the leg side. Looks to be aerial for a little bit of time, but be happier if the fielders come in a bit closer because the only way Malaysia can come in this game is if to pick up wickets at regular intervals because we know Assam can be very dominating with the batting hand. Already played one game before this. This time beautifully driven and he successfully gets the gap, but not enough power on that occasion. So another couple of runs, but right now Amantika started to look good here after those initial nerves are settled in. Looks like starting to capitalize. The previous outing, she had a very good day for 41 of 60 deliveries. So definitely she's someone who can play the long innings this time. Fuller delivery, lack of pace really not allowing Amantika to drive that as elegantly as she would have liked. Gayatri Gurung, on the other hand, in the previous innings, she scored 6 of 13, and the very bowler who picked up her wicket was this one, Sobika. Once again, Fuller, this time on the leg side, and that is played away nicely on the leg side. And that will be a single to finish this over. So 4 overs completed. It's 13 without loss. And so far, it looks like the early nerves are settled in, and Assam is just trying to take control of this. Once again, attacking the stump, and again a good start. 4 overs gone here at the BAYUEMAS Oval. Assam has moved on to 13 without loss. It's been a cautious start, if I can say that. It's been respectful, almost like a chess match in the opening phase. That is what it looks like at this point. Aina has bowled 2 overs for 8 runs before these two deliveries. And on occasions, we've seen that she's bowled a bit fuller, but what has been constant has been the fact that she's been getting the in swinger, especially with this new ball. That can be something that she can still exploit. At the other end, Tobita has been a little bit slower through the air. She's given away just 5 runs in the previous 2 overs that she has scored. So she's definitely keeping the run rate at a check with Aina Hamiza continuing. And so far, we've seen both these batters play with very good control of the back foot. But this pitch does not give us the impression that the ball is getting any kind of carry to the keeper. So I believe one thing they can definitely adjust or look to do is maybe, just maybe, be on their front foot more often and play those tries a bit more confidently. Because the ball is definitely there. On this occasion, not really, because it was short pitch and towards the offside. Umpire no hesitation to signal that a wide. But on occasions, we've seen Aina Hamiza maybe trying to do something different, and because of that, it's given a few extras. But nevertheless, I think Malaysia will be happy with this start, even though no wickets yet. That's something they'll definitely want to improve on. They've kept a lid on the scoring, and there's still a little bit of movement on offer. Looks like the fielders are still buzzing, and you can see them putting their bodies on the line, so the energy is definitely up there. And this is the kind of fielding effort that really gives an idea that something is building on here. Maybe a false shot, or maybe something that the bowlers can do to pick up a wicket around the corner. Have to wait and see. Two more deliveries remaining in this over from Aina Hamiza. Fuller this time, and just stayed that away on the leg side. Tanya does well to pick that up, but not before the batter change. Let's strike for another single. One more delivery remaining then. And Aina Hamiza has given away 10 runs and given a few extras. That's definitely something that we want to keep in check. So far, the run rate has been 3.1, and that's something that Assam will definitely take because it's a 50 over contest and the batters can really spend some time out there and really give themselves that opportunity. This time, just staying away on the offside and the hint of movement still continues to be there. So 5 overs completed, it's 15 without loss. With that, I'm very happy to say that Ijaz has joined me. Good morning, Ijaz. How do you think after winning the toss so far, who will be the side that will be happy at this stage? I Gayatri and Aminutika. The first game that what they had played at day before these Malaysian cricketers. And, Nutika scored 41 and the Gayatri couldn't do better that day. It's a good time to make something out of the talent of the here. It was pretty wide, but offside, but the batter has changed that delivery. Aina Hamza pitching in the right line, right areas. The both bowlers, they're keeping the things pretty tight. Though that wicket less, because the batters hadn't chased any sort of deliveries which have been pretty favoured in appreciation played. But these are the things that if the batter is been trying to go over the top, then you may be getting a chance of getting some edges, ball up into the sky, hitting on the pads. I think so there is nothing in the surface. There is no movement in the ball. But we'll love to see the spinners there, how the spinners will be shaping the few things in the surface. It's been, and it's not been uppish, but it's quite comfort. Marcia just slipping there. I think so that she has heard herself there. Because maybe there is something like scratching the left leg. It happens in cricket, in any sort of sports, that if you're not in standing at a perfect angle, you may get some injury. For that, she was just been slightly stopping herself quickly. So that's why I think the weight has been shifted. That is the support from the teammates. Well, it happens when you're doing some practice session that one player is just carrying the other player. 6.3 over 17 for now. Very good staff, coaches, people, everyone taking care. Also that the things are not that worse. Coaches there. It's only a support. She's okay. She's in pain. The way that right arm has been tapped onto the face. Back to the live cricket action. Aina Hamida bowling a point delivery. I think that 6.3 overs, 7 over, maybe that 8. You can try a spinner here. You test before that 10th over on the power play. It has been played officially after fielders. Maybe chase it down. The shot was played, but I think that there is no power in that shot, in that stroke. But these sort of cricket games like Assam Tour of Malaysia Women can give you, for these players, in fact the female players, a chance to take that how good they are at their bowling. It's, have to increase the pace at international level. This is a slight bit of low down pace after the delivery. front. Oh, would have been another hurt on ankle if the ball hitting to Aina, but she was not grabbing the ball with her hands. That could have hurt her. Just standing behind the stumps, just looking the ball to hit directly on the stumps. You should all the time keeping your both arms and hands in front of you, save you from the hard ball. With good delivery, she's keeping those good lines now. 7 overs done. It's 21 for naught. Both Assam cricketers have come together. 21 runs, a good partnership. Assam is a beautiful state in India, eastern Himalayas, northeast India. It's a beautiful place to visit, like Barak River valleys, also there. And also touching that Bhutan, one of the boundaries. Because that really beautiful place. Arunachal Pradesh to the north, then Nagaland, then Manipur to be on the east side. It's beautiful green hill stations. Now that is way towards outside. Not a good way. Assam has got 35 districts with 5 divisions. So Guwahati, containing the state capital, really beautiful place if you visit those green hill stations and lush green, I must say, not only green, Assam. Good delivery, just getting a bit of hint of in swing, but that has been beautifully played down the hill. Excellent fielding, stopping the ball in the playing zone, right onto the boundary line, but she's having a hand on the back while making that effort. I think so. There is something on the back that has been hurting her, but they're under 18, something like under 19 players. So you have to be attentive, healthy, keep yourself fit enough, pushing forward towards onside. The fielders are all the time, so looking to save runs, running hard, fast. Assam is also popular for the deep silk. That's a local toss that's backed away towards onside. Space is available. Got the boundary for four. It's excellent batting. She knows that when they get towards onside into the power play, because most of the time we have seen that Malaysian cricketers they are saving the run towards offside here. A local toss, they perfectly played its way towards onside. Beautiful batting. They are improving with the passage. Again, working it down the left side. So we're talking about those Indian states, the Assam, tigers, buffaloes, wild water buffaloes, must say, then rhinos down the left side. Well capped by the keeper. And also remember that Asian elephants mostly found at Assam, Manas National Park, which are the World Heritage Sites. So it's rich state in India, the Assam. But here, the Malaysian cricketers, they are not getting rich in terms of wickets. They're still struggling to get the first wicket. 8 done, 31 for naught. Still going with the normal proceedings. And so both batters, they have done the hard job, the hard work. 31 for 10, that's coming up to that nicely playing at 15, 17 deliveries. I think that we must try full length deliveries, keeping the ball up in front of the middle stump, not to go to an outside, not to go to a left side, just keep it full up in front of the wickets. That's such a line. Aina, she's a good tall bowler, but she rushes in, gives another fast delivery. You could see that ball was just seaming up. She was keeping the seam up. And that's the right thing on the surface here to do. Now, you have to keep the accuracy here. Because the first delivery of the over, you're pitching in front of the wicket, middle stump. And suddenly, you're keeping that ball way towards upside, which gives the batter a slight bit of relief. The bowler is not consistent in the line of delivering. Up should be played into the gap towards offside. Just only a push. And then not any part. I have the short Assam Cricket Association Women 11 versus Malaysia Women 11. That is the second one day of the 5 one-day series between these two countries. The people who have just joined us here now, an update for you that the game is happening at the BAYUEMAS Cricket Ground, Malaysia. We have got a sunny, bright day. The Malaysian cricketers, they've been showing their skills with the white ball. And so far, they have contained 5 6 at time for Assam cricket. Just lift up the run rate here. After smart piece of work at the cover, 2 runs. So we'll have to see the spinner here on the surface. Now, their arms, their fingers, they're showing the magic of the white ball. Well, that's going again to a tough side. They've been trying really hard to get those power play boundaries and spotted at the cover region for 4. So 6 runs from the over. The way that shot has been played slightly away from the body, but enough far behind that shot. See that extra cover boundary proceeds 4 runs. Assam approaching 37 for naught in 9 overs. Arcia later comes into the liver. She's also having some medium pace. way that she has started it, keeping it to her top side. A bit of the clouds up here, back down. Asia should be keeping the ball up because she's into her first over. Must try to get some swing if she can. So far, we haven't seen any sort of movement here in the ball. The ball is keeping it mostly in the back end because today this is a really hard surface. Look at that pure brownish color, a batting track. So the wicket she tries, they didn't go to the top side. And that indicates that the 38 what Assam has got here, that maybe that they're working and going exactly the plan because I haven't seen any sort of panic in the batting of Assam cricketers. I mean, the kind of they're batting quite sensibly here. I think so they had a target of 40 to 50 runs in the past 10 overs. Well, that has gone up high into the sky. Fielder, oh goodness me, couldn't come underneath it. I think so there was pretty good time. Come underneath of the ball. The reverse running can be done here. If you go and watch with the ball, you have to run backward. In the modern days of cricket, the coaches will be preparing their players to run backward properly. Couldn't get the gap this time. I think so that she should have tried a slightly better effort here. Because when you're playing at international level against each other, the matches have been televised. You have to show a slight bit of more improved skill. Because world is watching you, the different leagues happening, so they can pick you up from there. That's beautifully played down the leg side, deep mid wicket, top 4 runs, 6 runs from the over. Obviously, Asia is the first one to go, but that has been excellent play, excellent. It's a beauty. Fuller length, and look at that, she picked that delivery quite easily. Gone to play down the deep mid wicket, 4 runs there. With that, 10 overs gone, 43 for now. Abrar will join you. And a couple of nervy aerial strokes as well. But look at her go at this point. You know that she has played a very good innings the other day as well. And as of this moment, she looks very composed. She weathered the early storm, played herself in, and found the boundary to delightful stroke as well. And what's really important is she's not afraid to play in the air. Looks like a catch has been taken. So we were talking about how on occasions she played the ball in the air, but Once again, it was a bit risky. Looks like the umpire has decided to favor the batsman on that occasion, perhaps the ball just dropping in short of the fielder. But nevertheless, she's definitely looking to play herself in, and at this moment, she's also looking to up her scoring. At the moment, Amontika is 17 of 42, and together the two batters have built a partnership of 44 without loss for Assam here. Malaysia, meanwhile, will definitely feel that they are allowing this to drift a bit. Aina started well but couldn't sustain the pressure. 5 overs gone for 22 runs, and he bowled a few extras really that was a bit helpful for the batters of Assam. Sobika was economical early, but bowled a tad too slow for the highlighting really. 4 overs, given away 17 runs, and that little bit of zip really unsettled the two batters. Aisa was introduced for the 10th, but again, she was also lacking a little bit of pace. The first over was slightly expensive, given away 6 runs in it. And we also have to speak about the fielding. So far, we've seen that fielders are not really touching the ball in the air. They are not really going underneath it as cleanly as you would have wanted. But definitely full credit to Assam. They have read the conditions well, they absorbed the early overs, and now they're starting to really press on here. Opening pair is still out there, and you can sense that the runs are beginning to slow. The innings has also started to get a little bit of rhythm, and looks like they're setting up for something very big here. So definitely Malaysia need a breakthrough very soon. Otherwise, this partnership could really start to hurt them. We saw the introduction of spin in between, just the over before this, and so Isa Elisa are over went for Isa Elisa is continuing now. Noor Dania bowled the previous over, the over of spin, and her over was also a little bit expensive in the context of the game. So looks like Marcelisa's work is cut off here. She's really looking for a bowler to help her pick up a wicket here. And at this point, we definitely have to say that both these batters are going quite well, and things are looking quite tough. Slightly round arm action, and this time deviating down the left side. This protection in the deep, so it will only be a single. So once again, really looking for some consistency here. And if you're Malaysia right now, you've got to start creating something because wickets in this phase, they don't really fall. You have to earn them. So first, you really have to start looking for ways to break the rhythm. Both Gayatri and Amantika are looking very settled here. So maybe the bowlers need to really try a change of pace or maybe a change of angle here. And looks like she pulled one so as to the air on that occasion. And Amantika was not too comfortable about it. She's definitely looking for a bit more pace here. So another thing that Malaysia can definitely try is to bring in a bowler who can hit the deck a bit harder, someone who can extract a bit more bounce, and that's really been something that these bowlers have been missing. Now the good looking drive this time, once again, there's protection deep. Well stopped, but another single is taken. You can also use a spinner who can just get that little bit of turn off the wicket, and we know that once the doubt sets in, it can eventually result in a wicket. The captain of Malaysia definitely needs to be very proactive in terms of the field placement as well, because sometimes we've seen that, especially someone like Amontika has played a few shots in the air, especially to that mid-wicket area. So maybe if you can have that short mid-wicket in play for those airy flicks, maybe a fielder up there at short extra cover that will help the batter to be kept on strike for a longer period of time and pressure onto these two batters. So once again, one dot, two dots, and suddenly the scoreboard pressure can eventually bring out a false stroke from the batters. Also, we need the energy to be right up there because right now the body language feels a bit flat, and you can often tell the viewers that suddenly the energy will be right up there, especially on that occasion. Once again, you see one shot that is played a bit out of control in the air. There's none other than Amontika who's done that a couple of times really. And you know that maybe one fielding effort, a diving effort from somewhere, or a sharp throw really lift other 11 shoulders there instantly. So really, cricket is definitely a momentum sport, and momentum, my friends, can sometimes really hide behind that one excellent effort. But so far, that hasn't been the story, has it? Amontika once again plays that very beautifully and picks up yet another boundary. Now this partnership is really starting to threaten Malaysia here. This time you can see that it was a drive that was played right in the air, and fielders just hopelessly chasing after that. The ball raced away to the boundary. So Nudania once again been greeted here. So far, already 6 runs off it, and Amontika starting to really charge. At the moment, she's 24 of 49, but strike rate really doesn't tell you the story here because she played a few dot balls earlier in her phase of innings, but right now she looks very solid out there, playing with a very good technique. You see that high elbow mentioned in the initial phase of this inning. But right now we can see that the energy is still there, and once again a thickish edge. One Julia was not able to gather it, and that one flies off. Montita gets yet another single and brings in Gayatri. Gayatri, on the other hand, has looked absolutely solid out there. Every shot that she's played has been played with a lot of class and a lot of craftsmanship. We're seeing a little bit of change in the field, and looks like Dania wants to be right on the money with this last ball, especially against someone like Gayatri. It's good to play with a strike rate of at least one ball throughout this innings. This is the last ball of the 13. Strike at this time reverse. And once again, another misfield. This is something that will definitely not help Malaysia. Better effort was required because it was played straight to her, and she really should have stopped that. Nevertheless, another couple finish off to 13. So 13 overs have been completed. It's 55 without loss, and this is definitely turning out to be a partnership that can hurt Malaysia. Once again, we can see that the medium data is continuing, but so far, definitely Assam is going to be the happier side because it wasn't a flashy start. It wasn't really something that we keep talking about a lot, but definitely it is what we want a one-day game. It's calculated, composed, and cleverly constructed. So far, once again, you can see one deviating onto the next side. Nice to play towards it, and eventually the ball races that one onto the boundary line, and yet another boundary for Amontika. Started to look very good out there, especially given the time that she has spent out there. And now it is her timing that is looking very decisive out there. So Amontika has moved on nicely to 29 of 52. Gayatri has also been an absolute treat to watch. Left-hander uses a lot of calm at the crease, and it's been delightful whenever she played those punches of the backfoot. Right now, Amontika has mixed power, a lot of aerial shots, just like that occasion. This time, just falling short of the fielder in the deep. She's not really afraid. She's very confident in her abilities. And so far, luck has favored her because couple of chances have gone off begging, especially when it's Montica. And we have to we have to definitely accept that from a slightly nervous start, now playing with a lot of assurance, he has definitely shown grit and touch. And just now, from that last shot as well, he mentioned how he's not afraid to say that in the air. Together, they have brought the balance, but the left-right combo hasn't really made it very easy for the bowlers to settle in as well. And already 61 on the board, they have completely taken the sting out of Malaysia's new ball attack. And in this form of the game, partnerships are definitely pure gold, and it looks like it's turning out to be a very significant one for Assam. Amantika is on strike here. It's hot and humid out there, definitely, we have to say. And looks like Gayatri is really struggling with it. There's on multiple occasions we've seen that whenever she comes off strike, she's just happy to take the gloves off. Beautifully driven once again. Straight to the fielder. Aina out there at mid-off. Feels well. Crucial dot delivery. So we really have to work on it. Aisha has been a little bit expensive. She's given away 14 runs, and the current run rate of Assam is 4.46. So that really isn't something that the captain of Malaysia will be too happy with. doesn't really wonder about the trees and occupy time. And that's really something that has helped Montica. Montica was looking for a little bit of rhythm and it started off in a nervy fashion, but since we got those two boundaries, it really moved on nicely. At the moment, in this innings, she's already picked up three. So the score that she has currently is 30 of 57. Initially, she was batting with strike rate much lower than that, but she's come back quite nicely. And this is definitely turning out to be the partnership that Assam had hoped for. This has been a good over so far from Noor Dania. He's been fighting deliveries and so far hasn't really allowed too many runs. This time we see that slot sweep, and we know that someone like Amontika is not afraid to play her shot. Noor Dania will be glad that she had the fielder right to the place. So deep mid wicket fielder picks up nicely and keeps it down to a single. On the first game, Noor Dania bowled her 4 overs only and gone for 16 runs. So she's yet to pick up a wicket. And really, the chance that Malaysia needed that should have been gone. Throw was good, but the keeper really tried to go behind her, just take the tail off, and that definitely did not work. So really, a chance that goes off begging, and it was the key batter, Gayatri, who was on strike, and the real opportunity that was missing for Malaysia here. You could really see that the bowler was absolutely disappointed with that, and that's really something that Malaysia will have to work in. Fielding hasn't really been up to the mark here. Once again, that is driven nicely and will be a single to finish off 15. 15 overs completed, 64 without loss. One with 31 of 59 and tied to 26 of 31. So with that, I'll be bringing in Izaz contribution. carefully keeping the bat like that, moving straight. You may try to bring another fielder up at mid-on. Yes, there you can see that the mid-off is there, kind of. But mid-off should be up there to protect that. See that? That has been played down the left side. So if that long ball, long ball, in fact, would have been up, maybe there would have been a chance because that shot was actually played. So if the batters they are trying to rotate the strike, you can bring the fingers up just to block those runs. Because when the run will be blocked, the batter will be looking to find a new way to get runs and may make mistakes. Perfect enough to get 6 runs in the over, 16 balls, 70 for not. Nordania, 3 overs, nothing there. 13 runs to be given away. But that's not the perfect line. The right hand back, who is already among the runs, 32, 61 deliveries, 10 overs she has played here on this very surface, and you're pitching those deliveries way towards upside with her. Again, that delivery. The ball is not spinning, it's not turning there. Just go slide it up quickly through the air. That has been officially played in front of the fielder. Unlucky that ball didn't travel that way. Otherwise, would have been a good catch. A superwoman dive should be there. That catch in front of her. That has been played even better. Deep mid wicket, can't stop it. 4 runs. Beautiful batting. This is called insult added to the injury. Previous delivery would have been a catch, and this time, look at that, played into the gap for 4. Beautiful batting. He's making full use of that bad delivery, must say, because these have been pitched towards offside, giving so much room to the batter to breathe out. That's better. Keep it there in front of the wicket because if the ball maybe getting one spin, you may be rewarded with a wicket, and that is your duty to get the wicket. But if you keep the ball like this, but offside, but onside, the batter will find it more easy to play. Just keep that ball wicket to wicket. Sometimes slight wicket can reduce the pace. That has been played straight into the hands in front of her. And this time the luck has worked the Malaysian women cricketers. And it's Mominatika Honda that she just played that slight bit of coverage shot. Couldn't tap the ball down, trying to drive through. And ball went high. And look at that, pumped up. Jubilation there. And rightly so. It took like 78 runs to get that wicket up from Mominatika. 38 and 66 deliveries. And she's walking off hard. She's done a good damage to the bowlers. 78 for 1. 78 runs opening partnership, which has been broken through with the expensive over two in terms of run factor. Look at that red button. The better picture that they've got wicket in over the breakthrough because that really good here for Malaysia women cricket team. Kushi Sharma, the new batter, come in. Successful over with bit of runs. 17 gone, 78 for 1. That has been stopped with the foot. And she's smiling because sometimes you need to smile because the teammates, they've been having some psychological impact with other teams. So when you're not getting wickets, so it's a good way to deceive the opponent team that you have been pretty easy and relaxed. But in the middle, you have to perform like with 100% but the duty. We are here at BAYUEMAS Cricket Ground, Kalang, the royal city of Kalang, I must say. The one of the port, which is called the Port of Kalang, which is located here in this district, is the 12th busiest transshipment port, I must say, the 12th busiest container port in the world. It's been carrying lots of businesses, ships. Good delivery again, but straight to the fielder. She's keeping that ball well. Asia, puller. Maybe a little bit movement in, which indicates that he's just been using the wrist well here. He's releasing the ball from the wrist. So you see that the ball is slightly getting back to the right hander, which is showing that Asia is really a talented bowler. That if you keep that arm up and can bend the back and can catch something from the deck, that's another way. But if you're keeping that seam up and use your wrist to make the ball back into the right hander, really a good option and intelligent bowling. Two runs in this over. The ball rate is really good from the Malaysian women cricketers. Just normally in one you have to deliver 15 to 18 overs, keeping a good over rate. Playing it straight with high elbow, shown up towards the sky. With that single, 18 overs gone, 81 for 1. just in bringing Gantry slot with a move forward. There is no slip. So in such kind of circumstances, when the batter is trying to drive through, it's only the way that you receive her by the flight and wicketkeeper behind the stumps, maybe getting it into the hand and take the field off. Just trying to disbalance the batter's weight, make her drive. That's another good thing. That if you keep a ball a little bit closer and start with a move quicker, try to hit the pads. Just get on to play straight and start. We have seen that these are some cricketers. They're keeping the ball back really straight. See that again? Played it with a straight open blade. I would say in some time it's really a good way. Because if you're keeping the bat a little cross, it may allow the ball to go through from that way. The hit onto the stump. So keep the bat really straight. Face it towards the bowler. Have some runs. And to play in the V, that most of the coaches they used to say that you have to play in the V to get runs. The previous game, the first one day between these two, some cricket team they were chasing down the target. Now they are setting it 19 over 4, 82 for 1. Nubania gave away just 1 run in the previous over. Amalin comes into bowl. You've changed the bowler. Let's see that if it may change the destiny luck. The Malaysian women cricket team was batting here. So easy, that she has just arrived at Gayatri. She has played the most number of deliveries, the runs too. Either have been sent back at the boundary line. Should try back up then in the page. But onside, maybe that the batter will be pulling and hooking it instead, or may go up high. It's been a good hit at beat the wicket. Something for a single. Hopefully, it's just trying to get the fielders be in the right places. Well, body language should be positive all the times. Either it's the start of the game, middle of the day, bottom line of the day. You have to keep alive. You have to keep yourself alive. Even though that you get tired enough. The sportsperson, the sportsman, the sportswoman shouldn't look ugly and down with the shoulders. You should be active all the time. Shoulder up, chin up, because you are the ambassadors of the country. So if you're making some lazy efforts and they're not showing that proper dressing, proper coach, because you need coaches in your real life too. Cricket in any sort of sport, but there's always a coach in your real life who can advise you, who can introduce you who can give you the good lessons of life. Because the life here in the venues at the ground it is totally different than the life you're living in the real world, other than the sports. So you have to face different issues and problems, but that shouldn't be impacted onto your performance. Keep the family out of the ground, and you will win the race. Spinning set, going flying set quite nicely. Hitting on the pad, finger goes up. That was pretty straight down the wicket. And umpire Kalidas has no hesitation for giving that out in front of the wicket. That's Kuchi. Just little surprise that may not be. I think that it was pretty close to the top side in front of the wicket. Look at that. Beautiful. Just deceived this time. And Kuchi was thinking that maybe that I was a little bit away from the wicket, but she's walking off in 2 runs with 7 deliveries she faced. That Malaysia has struck here the second wicket with Assam at is 85 to 3. Be a breakthrough, and it's come to a classic old school spin bowling. And it was the spinner Amalin tossed up one and nicely came up with a bit of temptation for the batter. And looks like batter couldn't really resist, went for it, and ended up nicely playing it on the pad. And that was the decisive moment in the game, if you can really ask me. After 20 overs, just without the fall of the wicket, things were looking very good for Assam out there. And especially it was Kushi Sharma, the batter who was the highest scorer the previous innings for Assam. A gunner ball 59 was really the story for them winning that match previous outing. Trapped LBW by Amalin and looked like that was the prize wicket. So the spinners have started to really get a good grip on this game and saw that it was started by Noor Dania. She was bowling really well with her off spinners, attacking the stump and really did not try to do too many things at once. Trying to just bowl quick to wicket, and it was the bowler who picked up that first wicket of Amontika. So right now, just a little bit over 20 overs completed. At the moment, the run is 86. And with that, let's have a quick glance at the bowling card. Aina was expensive today, 5 overs for 22. We lost the radar a bit, and Tobika showed better control, 4 overs for just 15 runs, and since then she was taken off the attack. Ice's 5 over went for 23, a bit floaty perhaps. But definitely the star so far has been Noor Dania, 5 overs for 22 runs before this, 1 run in this over already. And with that, Monica is off the mark. Gorgeous looking shot towards that offside, so should be good for a couple of runs quite easily. And it was definitely Noor Dania picked up that prize wicket of Montica, gave it flight and gave it a little bit of thought and purchased that reward when Montica played that straight to the covers and found the captain of Malaysia, Mas Elisa. And since then, looks like another partnership is what would be required because Just when things were looking very good for Assam, that fall of wicket, Sushi Sharma was very vital to their cause, and that's really something that will just require another partnership to be built. Because otherwise, Gayatri has looked absolutely phenomenal since the word go. Gayatri has been batting a lot of class and authority. At the moment, she's 37 of 49, and right now to join in, we have Monica. Monica the other day was not out. Monica Das, she scored 32 of just 26 deliveries. So we really know the kind of innings that she can play. She spends a little bit of time out there. One thing good about Assam definitely has been the point that they have opted for a right-left combination from the very start of this inning, and that has really required Malaysia to just keep that adjustment game all through this inning. So once again, we see that gorgeous between drive, this time not taking the gap. So Amalin starts off with a dot ball. Brilliant effort this time by the bowler herself. So once again, another dot. So Amalin is really doing a good job out here. And looks like the run rate has also taken a little bit of dip at the moment, 4.12. So the two wickets that have fallen has really come in quick succession, if you can say. The game is still very much in the control of Assam, but we have to see if the consolidation starts here or they continue in the same gear as they were going about when Hamalin was batting. Slightly shorter pitch this time from Hamalin, and it's pulled away nicely. And once again, it is Gayatri who's looking absolutely phenomenal. She's really good on the back foot and really measured in her stroke play, and she's rotated the strike beautifully. So definitely, the wicket that is very crucial for Malaysia at this stage is definitely Gayatri. She's the key here, and she's definitely the one who's holding the innings together. The wickets of Amantika and Khushi did set Assam on the back foot slightly because at one stage they were definitely going quite healthy. So that is nice bit of running between the wickets in that occasion. So Malin has told well. He's brought in as a change, and right now we have two spinners operating. We have Noor Dania from one end, and definitely have Malin from here. The first wicket fell at 78, and the next at 85. This time slightly wideish, and the keeper, for a moment, perhaps thought that he can have a stump in opportunity, but tried to really putting in the effort and successfully returning to the crease with full stretch. Once again, full commitment on display here from Gayatri, and looks like she wants to keep playing here. Gayatri Gurung has been absolutely spot on since the moment she has started this innings. Once again, beautifully bowled, this time from Amalin, and maybe, just maybe, if captain persisted with that flip, that could be very interesting. So this is turning out to be a very good over for Malaysia because we've seen a couple of chances being created by Amalin here. Definitely hot out there. You see that Monica has walked out to the middle with no helmet. She's trying to keep it slightly cooler for herself. And Gayatri, on the other hand, is absolutely as cool as a cucumber out there. She's not bothered by the heat, but she's really concentrating on how she wants to go about this innings here. So just a single to finish. 22 overs completed. It's 93 with the loss of two. But once again, it seems like Assam is really leading the charge here. They're not really trying to play that consolidation kind of innings here. If a scoring opportunity is presented, they're definitely trying to capitalize. And we have Noor Dania to continue. Starts off with a beautiful delivery, just attacking the stump once again. So not really trying to do anything fancy out there. On the other hand, Amalin has bowled just 2 overs for 8 runs and picked up the big wicket of Kushi. So we have to definitely consider her for a very long spell out here. Maybe from the other end, she can continue. As she looked very sharp, she attacked the stump and brought in that element of surprise as well. Because deliveries on certain occasions just moving away from the left-hander. So Dania has also been quite a revelation here, and I'll be very happy if the captain would have given her that one slip. But so far, it looks like Marcelis is not really willing to over-attack, and that's really something that I'd be very interested in, especially against someone like Gayatri, because he's really the wall between Malaysia just going into this attack against some batters, and we'll have to see how they go about it. This time a flighted delivery. That's nice to play down the ground, and long off does well. Just a single there. You can see a little bit of intent from these two batters, and they're not afraid to really go after those powerful drives. And so far, the field placement also been quite defensive for my liking. So that's really something where captains have to do a little bit out of the box on occasion. Maybe it's time to just bring the field slightly up, and maybe they have to try to cut off those easy singles and definitely have to make them just hit a few shots through the gap, which can be a bit difficult, especially when it comes to batting out there at biomass over. You want to keep the pressure on and definitely don't want the scoreboard to keep ticking. And the moment a batter feels stuck, that's when a fall shot creeps in. That's definitely something that Malaysia will be hoping for. Once again, they'll definitely have to keep up that energy, and the body language will speak volumes here, how they go about it. Once again, a good looking shot from Assam and finishes off this over with 23 overs completed, 97 with the loss of two. Monica at the moment, after coming out, has looked good out there. He scored 6 of 9 deliveries, and Gayatri is still out there, 41 of 56. Few more overs remaining to reach the halfway stage, but Assam will definitely be very happy if they score at about 110 odd runs on the board after winning the toss. Only thing that will bother them slightly is the fact that Sushi Sharma has gone back to the pavilion. He scored just 2 of 7. It looks like the heavy lifting is being done by someone like Gayatri today, and Assam has not really been found wanting by the bowling of Malaysia yet. As we thought, Amalin to continue, trying to create that angle with a different kind of release, slightly roundish when it comes to her spinners here. But one thing very good about her has been the fact that she's definitely attacking the stump. Once again flighted, and perhaps for a moment I thought there was a chance for Amalin to just grab that, but it was always going to be away from her. But it looks like Gayatri is in no kind of rush here. She's been patient from the very start, and looks like that is the kind of innings that she wants to play. Amalin out there is bowling quite well to the left-hander. We have to see how she goes to right-hander Monica right now and brings it in. Should have really stopped that one. So once again, easy single is something that bowlers of Malaysia will not be hoping to do. But we've seen multiple instances where the fielding hasn't really been up to the mark. Once again, that round action and attacking the stump. This time the shot is played nicely towards short mid wicket, and I see is still on strike. So definitely the pitch doesn't seem to offer sharp turn here, but which is offering just that little bit of grip. So maybe the fighter delivery can be very effective, just like on that occasion. This time the ball is played in the air, and this time a fumble on the first occasion, but the prize wicket of Gayatri falls, and Amalin is becoming the bowler with the golden arm today. Very important in this phase of the game, and looks like what we were thinking of. Fighter delivery has worked for Amalin here. Just have a look at that one. Seen that delivery being attempted by Amalin on a few occasions, and this time looks like Gayatri has run out of a little bit of patience, and she'll be kicking herself really. She's looking well set to pick up a half century there, but on this occasion she falls short by just 8 runs. Nevertheless, what a good innings this has been. Scored 42 of 60 deliveries, and she'll have to walk back to the pavilion. But definitely, this is exactly what Malaysia were looking for. Right now, we have Monica. Monica Das is 7 of 10, and yet another new batter will join her. Most likely, we are anticipating someone like Priyanka. We have to wait for confirmation. Yes, it is Priyanka Borua. She did not have a good outing the other day. She got 3 or 4 deliveries, so definitely she wants to improve her stats there. But nevertheless, Amalin has been absolutely sensational. Amalin did not play the previous game, and it's definitely been the welcome change for Malaysia today. Spin has proven to be very good for Malaysia this innings so far. Once again, she starts off in a brilliant fashion against the new batter, and Priyanka just watchfully defends it, just waits to get off the mark. This is that little moment where Malaysia can truly capitalize, and these are the opportunities that they shouldn't really get to waste. Right now, they have a chance of bowling to 2 new batters out there. Priyanka is yet to get off the mark, and Monica Das is 7 of 10 deliveries. And definitely, this is the time to continue with Noor Dania. He's definitely been the other bowler that has picked up a wicket. So here, we've seen how flighted deliveries can be taken to the advantage of the bowler. But one more thing that can definitely help the spinner here is changing that pace just by that little bit. That BAYUEMAS slow and slower can be dangerous and fast and flat. We've seen that traditionally. Just on that occasion, as you can see, that it's been gloriously played towards the offside and another boundary. This time of the bat of Monica. You know how crucial she can be. Doesn't like to hang around too much, likes to play aggressively, and once again, she starts off in that fashion. And this is especially very important given the fact that a wicket has just fallen from the other end. This will be a very crucial phase for both these teams. And looks like Noor Dania is going to have to do the hard work here. Whenever over starts off in that kind of fashion, it's very difficult. And once again, we see that Monica is not afraid to play that down the ground in a very aggressive kind of fashion. It looks like she's trying to unsettle the spinner here. Dania so far had a very good day with the ball in hand. Before this is not given away too much. Before this is given away in 7 overs, just 29 runs. So her economy was just 4.14. And in this over, first ball going for boundary, and then a single. Brings back Priyanka. Quite his delivery, umpire spreads his arm and signals that to be the extra that it is. And looks like Priyanka is also trying to go after the bowling here. That was very wide, but looks like the batters out there are coming some intent. Nicely played down the ground, and that will be a single. And with that, Priyanka is off the mark as well. And looks like this is turning out to be a very good over for Assam. Definitely something Malaysia would really have wanted. So far, we've seen Amalin using the crease quite nicely, but creating a difference in the angle with those round arm deliveries. And that is nicely guided away, beautifully played by Monica. Doesn't reach the boundary, but nevertheless, it is taken full advantage of the fact that it was bowled slightly wider than what Noor Dania has bowled so far in his spell. So it looks like both the batters have been slightly watchful, but they have definitely capitalized on the loose deliveries as well. Two more deliveries remaining. This is much better from Noor Dania. Little bit slower through the air, and when the ball lands on that rough patch, there's a bit of turn on offer. Once again, slightly shorter pitch. This time there is protection at cover, so it will only be a single. Expensive in the contest of the game from Noor Dania. 25 overs have been completed. It's 109 runs to the loss of three, and we're at the halfway stage, being disaster continue.
A bit of a booster, a bowling skipper, maybe the fielders and the bowlers. That can bring the bring the team back into the games because like the nine, the last of one has a different impact, psychological than having 109 three on the card for the bowlers. So Knight, he was batting well at the top of the pickup. Here is Priyanka and Monica, new batters. So let's see that how good they will be making a partnership here with these two. But two quick wickets has really given a chance to breathe a bit to the Malaysian women cricketers. Because they will have to restrict Assam cricket team not to go over like 250, maybe 280. Because here at this stage, if Assam batters will be batting along like this, we'll surely try to get like 260, 270, which is achievable here in given circumstances. The wickets are down. The Malaysian women cricketers will have to feel well. They will have to keep the ball in the right channel. So it's 26 gone, Nelson's for three. So it may be a story here that Nurul Tanya has got a wicket into the ninth over. Should try get at least two more wickets here. Got it. Because the way she has bowled here, pretty good like 3.9 the economy. After wicket column should be improved. Like at the end of the day, 45 for three rather than 40, 50 for one. Different perspectives. But this is really good quality batting that Assam cricketers. They started off quite positively. They were not in a hurry. I think so that was the time the top 10 overs. They were easily going like no panic. And nothing up into the sky. You were playing ground shots. You can afford to get like a couple of dot deliveries, but not that much. Two more deliveries. Must try to get a couple of more runs here. That's a batting point of view. See that that's pretty easy because I think so they are containing this factor in mind that we have to go 4 runs per over. So it's 3 runs from the over. 27 ball, 1-1-4 for 3. Down the left side. Well, if we talk about that women's cricket, that we back into the past, remember that quite a good number of teams they've been playing against each other at top level cricket. So you can see that the teams they're performing well at the top of the world, either at national level, international level. That has been firmly hit down to the super cover boundary. 4 runs. Excellent shot into the gap and risk free cricket. If you have a look at the replay, look at that. How firmly she has played it with the two fielders. That ball was all around the ground. So that has been a beauty after happening there in the center, Monica played it straight down the hill. Australian women's cricket team is the most successful women's cricket team in the world. There's got 26 consecutive wins against the opponent team in the world playing at international cricket one day. That one is the major markers like with most number of wickets, 8 wickets victory against Indian women cricket team back in 2018. Stopped away. In terms of runs, Australian women cricket team has got the largest victory of 60 runs. That is also against India in the same tournament of Women One Day back in 2018. So the teams they're performing well at the top with different level approaches. 28 overs gone, 120 for 3. So these two teams, like Malaysia and Assam women's cricket team, they will have to follow the steps of the great international players and teams as We were talking about that Australian women's cricket team, the most number of victories, consecutive victories, 26. So that shows that how good that team is. The combination of batting, bowling, fielding. You have to keep up the standards of fielding, batting, and bowling so that your name will be renowned in the world of cricket. It depends on to every sort of sports, not even in cricket, but even if you're doing a business, even if you're a student, even if you are doing some job at office, if you are working perfectly at any shape of the time, you will be known that he's or she's a good business person, good athlete, good student. So it's all about giving your 100%. And practice behind that will be the key for you. So you have to do lots of practice. I remember that the master blaster Sachin Tendulkar, he used to make the batting practice even during the rain, heavy rain. And he was doing the net practice of batting because the water splash comes up after hitting that ball onto the surface. And he has to keep an eye on the ball to set those eyes. Lots of big practices. We will keep talking on that 29 over score, 120 for 3. It's not that bad ball, 120 for 3, which is Assam cricketers has shown their efforts in terms of scoring runs in 29 overs. The run rate is not bad. Wicket column is not that bad too. But it will depend on to the capitalization and how they will capitalize from here on. The next 20 overs can feature like another 120, maybe 130 more runs. So we were talking about that master blaster Sachin Tendulkar, the way that he used to do practice, like running underneath of the water, like in a swimming pool. He used to make a sort of run underneath of the water and doing practice in nets while having lots of heavy rain. So that makes you a perfect legend that the ball has been recognizing you and has been played an extra cover over the fielder. A long chase for the sweeper cover, but couldn't make in time. The ball crosses the fence. 4 runs. That is an excellent inside out shot. Though that the fielder was in at covers, but there is no one patrolling at the boundary. And that 4 runs. Monica batting well. He hasn't wasted much of the time. 26 runs, 29 delivery. Stopping batting away. This 22 yards has given the respect to the lots of players. If you give respect to this 22 yards, you will earn lots of respect because it's your duty being a batter to score at least a century in the game on a 50 plus. As a bowler, got at least 3 or 4 wickets so that your presence counts. You're making an effort and world is watching you because in the modern days, these monitors, cameras, giving live broadcasters that has given really an open place to the players and to the spectators watching each other. Not a good fielding. That should have been stopped there. So the ball has reduced its pace. Couple added. With that 30 over the ball, it's 127 for 3.
that we have a change in the bowling. It's like today's Elsa Hunter, the first time today coming into the attack, and it will definitely not be something easy to go at Monica. And looks like Priyanka is also trying to just up the scoring here. At the moment, the run rate is 4.23. 30 overs have been completed before this delivery here at BAYUEMAS Oval, and Assam have worked their way up to 128 runs now, just for the three wickets. It's been a steady, thoughtful innings and punctuated by smart partnerships and a couple of breakthroughs, although have tried to slow down Assam, but so far, since Monica has dropped out of the middle, I think the momentum has been truly Assam. Gayatri was batting like an absolute queen for those 42 of 60 deliveries with absolute calm elegance and incomplete control. But eventually, after playing a few light shots, which eventually undone a good delivery. But with that, I think it was a good innings nevertheless. But I think initially the change of momentum was coming by the bat of Amontika. Really laid the foundation to the 38 of 66. Gritty but solid kind of innings. Both the catches were taken by Marcellus. Once again, we're seeing that midfield, and that will not really help Mr. Hunter here because that wasn't the kind of delivery that should have gone for boundary. As you can see, that fielder had done all the hard job. There were two fielders there, and I think one of them blocked the sight of the other, and eventually there was another boundary. This time picked up by Bianca. Once the wicket of Sushi Sharma, the standout from match one, fell, the moment I think Assam would have thought that they would be in a sort of bother, but that really wasn't to be because the moment Monica has been talking out to the crease, she's brought a whole new gear to this innings. She was aggressive, fearless, and at the moment she's already 29 of just 33 deliveries. So it looks like she wants to press the accelerator, and at the other end, Bianca is doing a good job in successfully rotating the strike. So once again, the pressure is completely soaked up by the two batters out there. 31 overs have been completed with 134 runs with a loss of three wickets for Assam. As for the bowlers, Aina is five overs have gone for 22. Sabita's four over went for 15. So they were a bit tidy up front, but once the batters started to look quite comfortable, Nasalisa brought in Isa, who gave 23 in her five. So he was not offering much space on the surface, and that really brought in the two spinners. Who Tania has already finished her quota, 10 overs going for 42 runs, and with the maiden, up the wicket of Amantika. So you can say that it wasn't, by the end of the day, the most economical day she has had at the office, but she definitely had a nerve and a partner, Amalin, easily, definitely the pick of the bowlers today. 6 overs, two wickets for not really many, and picked up the prize wickets here. So 19 overs now to go, and they have seven wickets in hand. Assam definitely will try to push and get on with the scoring here. Maybe they'll be hoping to see around that 220 to 30 range. But Malaysia, no, one more wicket here, and this game can once again turn. So once again, we are seeing yet another six match that is trying to keep us on the edge. And let's see how Amalin continues from here on. Right now, it has been very difficult to bowl against someone like Monica. And since the fall of the wicket of Gayatri, I think she looks the best batter out there today. This is something you cannot bowl to Monica, and she feel that she's been very lucky with that delivery. That should have been put away. There was only one fielder patrolling the leg side, and Monica played that straight into her. But she will not be too upset with that because she's playing at a very good strike rate here. She's making some room on the left side and tries to go towards the cover. Once again, not really getting the timing nor the gap there. And Amalin is once again running away with this. Already three balls delivered, just one run off it. You see the intent clearly from Monica trying to pick up the gap here and definitely giving herself a little bit of room. But so far, it hasn't really worked in her favor. So to the air once again, this time just away from the fielder, half stops it. It was Elsa Hunter. Just pulled that previous over, so perhaps a little bit exhausted, hopping a bit. All right there. Amalin has been economical in this over as well. Just the 2 runs off it. We want to finish it off nicely. Priyanka is on strike here, and the last ball then coming in. Sighted and nicely defended. So dot to finish. 32 overs completed. 136 runs for three for Assam. As the Hunter is back to bowl the 33rd over, and the scoreboard is starting to stick a bit more freely now. Once again, short pitch pulled away nicely into the left side. It'll only be a single, but another confident stroke from Priyanka. With just over one delivery at the 32 overs gone, Assam are comfortably at 137. Yet again, another single that was on offer. Good running between the wickets. And looks like the scoreboard is moving very freely, and definitely a lot of credit has to be given to someone like Monica. He's on right now. He's looking increasingly confident at the crease. He's at the moment 31 of just 38 deliveries, just giving us that little bit of room which he's been trying to do from the previous over. Intent has become very evident. He's trying to pick up runs as quickly as possible, batting with the kind of intent that tells you he's not just here to hang around. Strikes at this time and goes after it this time down the ground. Just one drop before the fielder. Well fielded at the deep, but he definitely looks proactive against the spinners and he used the crease well. He's also using the crease. We say that when it comes to bowling, but even the batters have shown that the crease can be used to their advantage. And once again, the rotation of the strike has been dealt with a lot of ease here. And you have to consider that bad news for Malaysia because when a batter starts taking turns like this in the middle overs, quickly be an avalanche. As you can see, that was nicely picked up towards mid wicket and no chance for anyone out there. Another boundary. This time it is Priyanka and she completes the over in a very comfortable fashion. 33 overs completed, 143 to 3 for Assam. And right now, Malaysia still just trying to ask the right questions here. And we have to start to wonder that how can Malaysia stop this partnership? We really have to break the freedom here and maybe we can go for a change in the bowling. Someone like Sobika can be brought into the attack because he is the slowest of the bowlers out there that Malaysia have used to. And when there is not enough pace on offer, it makes it a little bit difficult for Assam. And the celebrations are out just when we were thinking that a wicket is absolutely necessary. It is that bowler once again, Amalin, who picks up the prize wicket of Monica here. And just out of nowhere, really, a low full toss that could have been dispatched anywhere goes straight to deep mid wicket. Just have a look at that one. Stands down the wicket, turned it into a low full toss, and smashed it straight towards the fielder in the deep. And will be very disappointed. It's once again another batter of Assam who's done the hard work and now has to work back to the pavilion. But nevertheless, this has been a very good innings from her, 32 of 41. And definitely did the job that was required of her. Came in when Assam was in a little bit of a bother. Two quick wickets had fallen already, and since then, this partnership really took the innings to a little bit more comforting position for Assam. Now Shivani is working out to bat with Priyanka, and she really needs to continue the way that Monica was going. We'll have to see if she can maintain that. Amalin, on the other hand, will feel that she has 3 more overs remaining, minus that one delivery that took a couple of wickets. So Amalin definitely has to be among the wickets here. Already picked up 3, and she needs to use the rest of her overs to pick up a few more. Here is Amalin to continue. Running for the first time is facing her, and straight away gets off the mark. So that is very good batting from Shivani. And this is the kind of approach that doesn't really allow the pressure to mount on you. But as long as you keep rotating the strike, the bowler always struggles for rhythm. So just before this delivery, we saw Monica just trying to smash one towards the leg side and missing out, and hence bringing Malaysia back into this game. We've seen that bowler, Amalin, Amalin Torfina, who's been absolutely spectacular with the ball in hand. He has pulled a few leg spinners and on occasion mixed it nicely with those offs as well. And sometimes we've seen her bowling with a slightly round arm action. You can see that Elsa Hunter is finding it a bit difficult to just walk around the field. I hope she's okay. Use of the feet this time comes down the track. There's a fielder underneath, and that is taken. One brings in two. That's something we've often said. And this time, Priyanka, the set batter, has to go back to the pavilion. And Amalin is turning out to be the bowler who's doing the job for Malaysia here. Once again, Marcelita has picked up yet another catch, and it's like she's a magnet out there. Wherever she is, it looks like the ball follows her. Priyanka advancing down the wicket and really trying to slug it over long off, but never really getting the timing right. What a over this is turning out to be. 2 wickets already by just sending that one run. And Amalin really standing up to the occasion here for Malaysia. With the fall of the wicket, we had a little bit of drink break. And before that interruption, we were talking about how crucial Amalin has been. And viewers, would you really believe it? What a game changer this is. Amalin has really struck not once, but twice in the same over. Suddenly, out of nowhere, this innings has definitely taken a sharp U-turn. Assam were absolutely cruising, and in a matter of just five deliveries, they've lost two wickets. First, it was a very dangerous Monica who was absolutely flying out there. She scored 32 in a very quick fashion, but then Amalin pulled her back down to earth. A clever variation in pace, although it was turned out to be a skillful toss, but just enough to draw her that so freely. And the fielder was rightly placed and a sharp catch to end her innings. Just three balls later, we saw her getting Priyanka. You know that the pressure was building, and Priyanka was watchful, but suddenly she felt that there was a need to just go after and unsettle Amali. In the process, she as well turned that fuller delivery into a local toss and played that straight to the hands of long off, where the captain of Malaysia was waiting, and she made absolutely no mistake. Definitely, Amal in Tikabau finished off that over quite nicely as well. At this moment, she's taken the wickets that they were in desperate need of, and definitely she's changed the tempo, the tone, and perhaps even the trajectory of this innings. Right now, score is 144 with a loss of 5. We have completed 34 overs, and Elsa Hunter, who's struggling a bit out there with balance and looks is a bit hurt. We'll have to see how well she can contribute with the ball in hand because from the other side, Amalin is absolutely having a dream day out there. Not really trying to do anything fancy, she's just attacking the stumps of Shivani. And right now, they'll be in need of a partnership here. Two wickets have fallen at regular intervals, and that is why Assam is thinking that they are in a spot of bother. First wicket definitely fell at score of 78, so it was a very good opening partnership between Gayatri and Amantika. The next at 85, and after that one at 99, and just when at 143, the wicket fell of Monica. At 144, Priyanka also went back. So it's really one wicket that brought in another. That's been the story so far when it comes to the batting of Assam. So they are capable of forming very good partnerships, but they've just lost that extra wicket a little bit too regular for their liking. So far, Elsa Hunter is not trying to do anything fancy. She's just trying to attack the stump, and on occasion she's lost the grip of the ball. But so far, no damage has been done by Reshmi and Shivani. Rashmi is one of two. This is a better delivery, and with a short mid wicket in play, really trying to bring in that LBW into the context of question to the umpire. So far, this has been a good offer. Just 3 runs off it. He needs to finish well here and sweeps that beautifully. So another single, and that would be the end of the 36th over. 148 runs with a loss of 5. Now momentum is with Malaysia. Have to see if they capitalize.
Well, Malaysian women cricketers, they have done a pretty good job by getting those 5 wickets and restricting Assam cricketers not to touch the sky. Because in the first 10 overs, it looked like that they will be flying off, touch like 70 to 80, but after getting those 5 wickets, the Malaysian women cricketers keeping the things high. Elsa out for Malaysia. Just going off. Meantime, Hamelin, who has got 4 wickets, pretty impressive. And that was what we were talking that a good cricketer or anyone that who is good in the field of it should come up because such kind of live games, the world is watching you. And in the modern days of cricket, as IPL for women, Big Bash at Australia, hundreds at England, lots of leagues they're coming up, happening. So being a woman cricketer, you can show your skills, and the world is watching you. So you may be an automatic pick for any sort of international cricket league. You will be having some good qualities, being a batter, being a bowler. So you should be active in the center. Think that you're only the player who can win the game for your country or for your side. So it's all about effort. But here, Amal is just giving only 1 run. That's over, which is putting pressure on the batting of Assam cricketers. Good one, excellent. That, that concludes the over. A good one, only single from that. It's 149 to 5. Lauren comes in to deliver. And I think so here at this stage, she's really lucky. Already got 5 wickets team, and she can catch 2 or 3 here. It will be a huge goal for her. That's really high. Abima in empire, still an empire, I must say. Straight away call that a no goal, not up behind, and a free hit too. It's a game today. We've got the Nur Hijra on field umpire, which just signaled a free hit. It's another toss delivery and dispatched away. Looking for 2 runs. That was a legal delivery. 5 runs and 1 delivery. Keep those standards and momentum what your teammates have already achieved here in the previous 15 to 20 overs. Now, such kind of easy going can give the batting line a bit of the confidence because these 2 batters, Shivani and Rashmi, can cross those 10 runs mark individually. So surely you get some confidence. So try to keep pressure, which has been built on these 2 batters. Because lots of time the teams are trying to get those 10 wickets quickly, wrapping up the things before 50th over. Was hitting onto the non-strikers end. Shivani played that and Rashmi on the way. So that's why they didn't run for that. Well, that has been put to the covers, extra cover in fact. Well, Jays and the batters, they've gone for two pretty expensive. Lauren, 8 runs passed over. Still a delivery to go. It's causing a slight bit of pressure on the bowling unit. Now that is a no ball because that was on the second bounce. Reached the batter, and there you go. It's a no ball. Free hit. I think so she tried to bowl a slider there. That hadn't got on the bounce. Bounces. Free hit is there. Go for a big. Down the wicket. Straight down the hill. Oh, not a good effort. Not a good effort at the boundary line. Well, Malaysian cricketers, in fact, it's over. Lauren, pretty expensive. Not in fact, not in line. Look at that. The feed in there should have been stopped with one hand. Try. Didn't stop. Boundary. 37 runs. Gone pretty expensive. 14 runs came from that 37 over. 160 for 5. Number 6 and 7 and 3s. I think that the Malaysian skipper should bring a slip there until they're at the shot cover. Stop that run flow of singles. This should not be happening. Because here I think so that they may not be trying to hit big, bring your mid on without up in 30 yards. Try to stop those singles and cover a couple of meters. Make some attacking sort of mode. So Kalidas, the outfield umpire, is a pretty tall. Right? Can use the feed, but not that productive. Well, that indicates that how that Shivani is batting there in the center, she has achieved some confidence, gained some confidence there. That's why she's using the feed there. Pushing away. We were talking that Mr. Kalidas, Vishwanandan Kalidas, the tall umpire, he's a Malaysian cricket umpire, uh, also a member of the development panel of ICC umpires. Into the covers, upon delivery. We finish 38 gone, 165 for 5. Medium pace has been brought in. Aina Hamisa trying to wrap up the things, and I think so it's a good move. After the spin, batting quite well. The medium pace, let's see that how they will be keeping up with that sort of bowling. Local toss, smash, it's onside. It's a pretty high time here for giving singles and doubles, total in contrast. In the past initial 20 overs of Assam cricket team batting, so when the batting was good at the top, the bottom line, the tail. That's why the teams they required good all-round cricketers here, number 6 or 7, who can finish the game for them and tap the good targets. That was good delivery. Well played too. But look at that, Assam cricketers, how good their batting got 4 runs. They're batting quite sensibly here. They've been setting a standard like 4 runs per over. A good call for them. So far, they're achieving that target of 2 runs per over. Good one. 2 dot deliveries. Finishes the over 39. 169 for 5. Well, a pass from the other end too. And she bowling one. That was pretty good enough. Sort of drop in delivery, putting that stuff people up more up. But like here, in 40 over, 170, not a bad call from the batting point of view, only the wicket column. That is a bit of the disturbed sort of column here for the batting team. Because from here, if any of the batter wants to take even route of maybe trying to attack on the bowling, if she loses a wicket, there will be nothing behind. So that's why they're not taking any chances here. They're playing loosely on the ground, not 4 runs. The previous over, we did get up 4 runs. Nothing to here. They're also setting that 4 runs target. That has been played into the gap. Long chase, but couldn't stop the ball from the boundary. 6 runs here in this over. That has been played perfectly well, placed well, in fact. So that ball, look at that was in front of her, slightly taking bit of the room, standing behind, and then placed that at deep wicket. Beautiful batting, Shivani. Both batters, Shivani and Rashmi, they're batting well now. They've gone through the tough times. And now it's a time to capitalize, to bring some runs into the card. They're not giving any sort of option here to the bowlers, like no risk involved in those quick shots. It's a good time to make some shadow practice. They try to use the feet. Most of the time, they're just stopping the ball. Hit onto pads down the leg side. That's why I haven't sort of big damage in terms of runs, because they've been quite good enough in giving their decisions. Slightly up, but to the bowler, Sabika, she did try a bit there. That was quite away from her. The ball 40 gone. 177 for 5.
Yes, it looks like after the fall of the wicket of Priyanka, this is turning out to be a very good partnership between Rashmi and Shivani. They have composed a partnership of over 30 odd runs at a very good rate here. And the run rate is well above 4.42 right now. And looks like Malaysia is in desperate search of a bowler who can break this partnership right now. Dania as well as Amalin Sorfina has finished their quotas. Dania's 10 over gone for 42 and picked up that wicket. And definitely, easily, the pick of the bowler has been Amalin Sorfina today. At 10 overs gone for just 31 runs and picked up 4 wickets. So once those two are off the charts, it has become very easy scoring for Assam here with the bat in hand. And once again, this is turning out to be a very good partnership, like you mentioned. And this middle order contribution is definitely looking quite threatening for Malaysia here. And the shots, really, the way they have played, has looked so pleasing to the eye. They haven't looked like their middle order batters, but definitely they're batters with capabilities to bat right up top for Assam here. And they have a point to prove. They can definitely spend some time and they can bat out there with a healthy strike rate. At the moment, both these batters are well over 75. Both of them just a little bit over 78 right now. And that really tells us the story, doesn't it? After the fall of the wicket of Monica Das, we're wondering if they can keep going and keep the pedal on that accelerator. But that is exactly what has happened. So far, only the two bowlers have really been threatening this batting lineup of Assam. There was Noor Dania initially, and then Amalin Sofina. Right now, the new ball bowler, Aina Hamiza, is brought back into the attack. She's given away just 3 runs in this over, and so far she hasn't picked up a wicket. But another thing that has been going against her is the fact that she's given away 5 extras. And so far in this innings, there has been 14 extras. So these are the things that the bowlers of Malaysia should be aware. And because the partnership is blossoming quite easily, I think they'll have to keep that in check. Only wicket-to-wicket lines and perhaps not giving these two batters enough freebies will be the only option for the bowlers. One more delivery remaining. So far, good over definitely in the context of the game for Malaysia. 3 runs off it, and that is played very nicely, but is unable to find the gap in the field. But not to finish the over. 41 overs completed. 180 with a loss of 5. Nine overs still to go in this game, but definitely Malaysia will feel that the amount of runs that Assam has scored so far today is still within their reach. And as long as they could keep them under that 220 to 230 runs mark, I think they'll be very happy with themselves. On the other hand, with 9 overs in hand, definitely Assam will be looking to push that score as far as 250 and beyond. With the bowlers operating out there in the middle, I think we don't expect spin to come back in this because they don't really have much options. The likes of other bowlers such as Lauren Kua has gone a bit expensive. Her 1 over went for 14. Elsa Hunter is struggling for rhythm, and 3 overs have gone for 18 runs as well. So economy of 14 and 6 respectively. So a lot will rely on the way Sobika and Aina Hamiza continue from here on. Sobika starts off well as long as the partner has also done a good job from the other end. So that's been the kind of start she has had in this over. She's not really given that pace for someone like Rashmi to operate with. At the moment, she's 18 of 27. But Shivani, on the other hand, is playing a good hand as well, 17 of 22. With that, yet another single to bring back Shivani on strike. And both these batters have looked very good out there. Each of them has hit one boundary each. Once again, we see a desperate attempt from the batter of Assam. See that the ball was nicely collected there in the deep and a good throw as well. And definitely a direct hit would have been very interesting. Nevertheless, she survives and turned that into that is definitely good running. So Rashmi is on strike, 20 of his 28 deliveries, and just trying to up the scoring. An opportunity there. Sobika really should have taken that. An opportunity once again goes begging, and that can be a very crucial moment in this game because if these two continue to bat the way they have, then that run 250 will definitely be on the card. As you can see, that she has plenty of time to get a better grip of that, but eventually in the follow through, it's never easy. So that chance has gone down. This time pitches it Pula, desperate dive at short cover, but once again, good feeling in the deep. It just kept it down to a single. With that, 42 overs have been completed, 185 runs on the board with a loss of 5. 42 overs gone, Assam have quietly and almost stealthily rebuilt their innings to 185 runs now for 5. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this game is walking on a tightrope. Because if Malaysia aren't careful here, Assam could definitely explode in the final stretch. Remember, this is still a batting side with proper power left in the tank. They have weathered the middle overs and absorbed those. Amalin double strike, lose Daniel's control, and now they're eyeing in the final act. So a bit of a delay because the batter perhaps wanted to go out there with gap, but against the faster bowler, we know how umpires are a bit protective when it comes to the batters. So these last overs are now remaining, and they're absolute gold for both teams. Assam knows it that they can definitely capitalize here. Malaysia, on the other hand, needs to be razor sharp here. We cannot afford any kind of misfield, and that is the moment they were looking for. Just after that slight bit of break, a little bit of a lapse in concentration. This is exactly what was required. Look at that replay. Aina Hamisa has bowled in with a lot of effort today, and that one was a thickish edge, went straight up in the air, and third man really takes it quite easily in the end. So Shivani played a good hand, 18 of 24, but exactly what Malaysia needed. They needed to be tight in the field, and they needed a couple of crucial wickets here. And let's see if they can close out this innings because now the lower order starts to expose itself. Here's the question. Assam have definitely laid the platform here, and Malaysia on occasion have also chipped away with wickets. But right now, entering that chaotic and that thrilling kind of phase where, especially in this format, in the one-day international innings is usually either built or it's lost. So this is the moment where we need some power hitting from Assam. And on the other hand, Malaysia needs to hold their nerves and be very calm about it. We need to seize control and let's see how they go on from here. Aina Hamiza has just picked up a wicket and Chintimani has walked out to the middle. Chintimani Kalita will be just trying to pick up a few boundaries, but will be aware that still a lot of overs are remaining. They'll at least want to be around that 220, 230 mark to be competitive in this game. But we know that Malaysia can fancy their chances when it comes to scores around that 210, 220 runs. So the game is truly in the balance. And here comes Aina Hamiza. Fuller delivery and definitely a touch late on that. So that one just goes on to the keeper. And Kintimani will have to just bring back the set better, rush me on strike. This time once again on target and they did nicely towards cover, but is unable to pick up the cap on that occasion. Two crucial dot deliveries, and the good thing is she's being able to bowl at the new batter. Pintumani has just walked out to the middle, and sometimes it's not easy. So if you're Aina right now, staring down a batter to set at the other end, and this time it's carved on the offside. It's aerial for a little bit of time, but he's lucky that it was stayed on to the cap. Definitely, the two batters will keep an eye on the run rate and just try to keep accelerating. And this is definitely a moment where smart bowlers are made. He does not really have express pace, but Aina has enough control and experience to really pick up another breakthrough here. And the question we have to ask is how? Because the pitch here, so far, hasn't really offered a lot of bounce. This time it is played confidently towards the leg side. Poor bowling really from Aina Hamiza. Missed out on the line, and Sintimani is looking exactly to put that one away. Done that quite easily. Just have a look at that one. Nothing kind of really, and with no protection out there on the deep, absolutely easy picking. Never really was going to miss out on that one. The pitch today, as you can see once again, not really offering much bounce. So really, the bowler could just instead of going full with that hard length, just back of that good length, but can't really afford to pitch that on the leg side. Needs to be on the stump, or maybe on occasion it can be slightly towards that offside. Much better. That Yorker is always a key delivery at any stage of the game, especially at the death with the weight in gold. Six runs off this over, but she picked up a wicket. 43 completed. It's 191 runs with a loss of six. Medium pacer Sobika to continue from the other end, and she doesn't really have to try to do too much. She can set up the bait. She can just bring in the two fielders up because it doesn't really offer much pace on to the batters. Maybe with either off long on or long off up in the circle can entice the batters to just go after her a little bit. In the process, maybe these two batters will look to accelerate and play that ball shot and pick up a wicket here because that is what Malaysia will be hoping for. We cannot afford Assam to just build another partnership here. We really need to find out a wicket and just keep the batters at their crease and not rotate as often as they would have liked. You see that there is that rotation of the wrist just to bowl that slow ball. So good show of skills on display here from Sabika. He was not quite on the money with the new ball today, but right now she's doing a good job with coming back to bowl at the death overs. Once again, trying to be deceptive with that back of the hand slow ball. So far, it is working for Sabika. We know that this is where she delivers. Very good at the death. She's an exceptionally good bowler in the T20 format, especially because she's able to do this. And in this 50 over game today, we are at that part of the game where the batters are just trying to go after the bowlers. This kind of deliveries can often produce the goods. Changes it up nicely. This time tries to attack the stump. Only thing that Savika really can work on later is the fact that she needs to increase her pace. We've talked about it before because if she can increase that pace a little bit, that's when this back of the hand towards really starts to produce a lot of deception in the mind of the batter. So far, good over. This time, use of it and advances down the track. Once again, that is stopped at cover, and we can see that frustration is starting to kick in the mind of Intimini. So far, after Rashmi got a single of the very first ball, we've already faced four dot deliveries. Kabika will try to finish it nicely. One more delivery remaining, and beautifully done this time. So a very good over comes to the end from Kabika. 44 overs completed, 192 with a loss of six. And this is exactly the kind of over that Malaysia needed. We'll have to see if Aina Misa comes back into the attack. Her 8 overs so far given away for 35 runs and picked up that wicket in that previous over. We'll have to see if captain of Malaysia changes things up a little bit or she continues in the way that has gone so far. And we were wondering if Aina Hamisa will be continued, but looks like we have a change in the bowling. 44 overs completed, and Assam are 193 runs now for six. The innings is definitely at a crossroads, six wickets down, but also 6 overs in hand. Power is still definitely waiting to come out at the hut. This could be either a launch or a crumble. You can see that the batters are trying to do something different. They're advancing on occasions and they're also not afraid to take that aerial route. With that, Malaysia have turned to Aisha back into the attack, and we have to say that it is a right decision definitely because Aina Hamiza was a little bit expensive, and we saw that the batters are trying to go after her as well. In spite of the wickets has been taken off, because Aisha, on the other hand, has got a knack of bowling those wicket deliveries, a touch of natural variation. And we also have seen her bowl economic skills early on. Once again, that is played down the ground with a lot of authority. This time, the fuller delivery gets the appropriate treatment from none other than Jintimani. Just have a look at that fuller delivery and absolute power on display. Those cans really fall long off. Once again, this is the kind of momentum that Assam truly needs in their side. Assam definitely has a firepower, but they're not afraid to go aerial. And if they're allowed to just go off here, then we are looking at a very big total because they'll be eyeing 250 definitely. Waits onto that one and plays it nicely towards the offside this time. Comfortably takes another single. Perhaps the batter was keen to take another one, but rightfully the non-striker denied that. Rashmi will be on strike now, and it's turning out to be a very good over for Assam. Isa Lisa, so far 5.3, given away 30 runs already, and looks like Malaysia is feeling the heat now. Field is also very spread, and right now she needs to produce one good delivery, but that is not anywhere to be seen. Once again, that is driven nicely towards the offside. Will only be a single, but that's been the story, hasn't it? They have gone after the bowlers. On occasions, they've advanced down the wicket, and on others, they've been happy to play the ball in the air. Fortune has also favored them because, as we have often said, that fortune definitely favors the brave. Right now, both these batters are playing some brave cricket. Once again, demonstration of that. Played that nicely down the ground. Yet another boundary. So the moment Hintimani has walked out to the middle, he started playing in a very aggressive fashion and already picked up a third boundary. With that, he moves on quickly. 15 of just 13 deliveries. Just the one delivery remaining in this over from Aisha, and this turned out to be a very expensive one. Can she finish nicely here? Finally, a ball that was attacking the stump. So she finishes with a dot. 45 overs completed with 204 runs with a loss of 6. And definitely, Assam has that launch pad. You have to wait and see if they can finish with a flurry here.
I see that with the Malaysian women can wrap up the thing by getting 4 quick wickets. But this is really a good battle of bat and ball. Assam cricketers, I think so that the key is Rashmi now. Chintimani, Indian international player, that presented herself for Indian cricket, played along the different venues around the globe, I must say. But here at this stage, that Rashmi should be the key wicket here for Malaysian cricketers. We should attack her. Or maybe that if you can keep Rashmi away from the strike, that will be another factor. But Chintimani, she's also in a good numbers that like she can bat well down the order, the way that she has batted, run a ball, in fact more than run a ball. Now that is pretty wide but outside. But Kalidas there had the confirmation. Kalidas, the first umpire in the development of ICC Empires panel, that over the years Malaysian cricket has improved not only in playing at the venue, but also the coaches, the level 1, 2, 3, and umpire. That is a low full toss being dispatched away, but right onto the boundary line. It's a good way to stop with the both hands. That was really a good effort. Because if you're having one hand on the way, maybe sometimes the ball is not tripping properly. I think it's really a good way to have both hands behind the ball. Either you're catching or you're having a fielding. Stamina should be improved. Down the leg side, wait and see for umpire. It's a leg high. Sometimes it leaves your mind too high. 210. Still, we have got a bit of journey here. It's inning. School like quick runs, put on another 40 plus. That was slightly away. Rightly spread the arms, avoid delivery. Sky is getting more blue. It's a white cloud getting in small numbers now. Trying to cut that towards offside. Well, what good thing that Chintamani and Rashmi has done here that they hadn't got the chances because they were not playing up into the sky. They're playing the perfect shots. No risk involved. See that? Know that she can't get the gap, but still she's keeping the ball low. Got delivery to finish. 46th over to 11 for 6. It's been firmly hit. Straight to the fielder. It's a cover region. You may see that some sort of shots which may fly here at this stage of the game because the batters have been properly set and they can play some big shots. Some calculated risky shots so that they can cross like 260, maybe 250. Because here is pretty achievable by Assam cricket team. Quite impressive, hitting directly onto the stumps. It should be active, but it should be there because you don't have to allow the batters to run freely all the times. Center. Because if 213 for 6, uh, just 4 more deliveries. Down the hill, it's gone high. Fielder comes underneath. And there you go, Lauren. He's taken the catch at long gone. Good catch in the both hands. He was standing at long gone. Shot for save from Rishmi. Have another look. That was that delivery which was bit more fuller. You can't blame the batter here at this stage. Though that he has missed it, but it was a time to hit big at this stage. Rashmi has just been going back with 28 runs in 37 deliveries. In Assam, 2-1-3-7. Niru Pama, the batter comes in at a time when her team requires to play a bit of a quick knock and positive too. Let's see that's how she will be finishing. Good delivery. Seven, 2-1-3 for 7. And 14 with lots of 7. Still a bit of line left here that has been played down to the third man. Should run away. But the ball just losing its pace. Stop that in the playing zone. To the people that just joined us, this is Assam Cricket Association Women 11 to Malaysia. They are playing their second one day with Malaysian Women 11. First one was the name of Assam Cricket Association Women 11, chasing down the target, and today they are sacking it. Oh, that was officially played. That should have been caught. But unfortunately, they have just given away runs in the first three deliveries. That should not be the call here. Malaysian bowlers should try get as many as top deliveries, the target as low as you can. Down the left side and a fumble now. You should not be doing like this. So the coach must be getting some notes here. Mistakes, only the catching, the fielding position. That should be improved. And I think so that here in this game today, that fielding is pretty improved in contrast to the previous first game of Malaysian cricketers. Trying to drive through the covers. Here you will surely see like after this they will be having 12 deliveries. In fact, here at this stage, 30 deliveries. So the 20. So like pushing forward 30 more. Big run. They're returning back for two. Space is available. So they should push themselves for another 30 here. The last couple of overs, 48. Go on, double Nelson. 7. I know. I should try to improve our wicket column because it's two runs already in this over. 49. Can try a slower delivery here. So trying to drive, but unable to connect with the bat. She has played that pretty straight down the hill. The two fielders converging, but that ball has won the race between these two. So boundary comes. That is excellent hit straight down the hill. 6 runs here. fine. Tap that ball, but it's offside. 6 runs already, and try for a big one. Hit, a big hit, must say. Nothing said here. Naina Hamida should try to make a Yorkland delivery, try to bowl in the black ball, pushing. So 6 runs from this 49th over. Remaining, it's 28%. Last over of this first inning. Some cricket team must be looking to go over the top. There you go, towards onside, over the top, and settling there with a single. But here at this stage, you can't blame the batters. Because last over is all the time looking to hit big. I see that. There you go, straight enough. Long off. Oh, there's a miscue. Again dropped. Should have been taken. Unlucky. And Sabika couldn't get the wicket. Was high up into the sky. Two runs in tough deliveries up and over. It was pretty quick. I think so. There is a chance. But umpire says yes because the wicket keeper stumped at Nirupama. The South of our trees trying to hit big. Another that the South of our trees couldn't bring the bat back in time. Wicketkeeper in no time took up the pace. Nirupama gone for 7, 8, 230 for 8. Last 3 legal deliveries. It's Sumi comes in. Let's see that if she can try, get a big shot. Given the strike to Chintimani, who will be facing 2 more deliveries. So 232 with lots of faith. 231 in fact, the loss of 8 wickets. Let's see that if Chinti can go over the top, 2 boundaries, 2 sixes, maybe 2 dot deliveries, maybe 2 wickets. Anything may happen here. And BAYUEMAS cricket ground, shuffling across, trying to make some innovation and productive. He has got the boundary at deep fine leg, and the fine leg was up in 30 yards. Her mind working like a computer, and I have got the space towards onside. There she has achieved. Last ball to go. 7 runs in a wicket. So far, Sabita, pretty expensive, 51 runs. Tries to play across. Run out chance, and there you go. The wicket number 9. But she's just complaining that. I think so. There's no need to complain. It's the last ball. Over as well as of the inning. Malaysian cricketers must be happy because the way they came back into this game, at one stage, it looked like that Assam cricket team will go like for 260 to 70. But they're restricting them well by getting those 4 or 5 quick wickets in between the innings. They restricted these Assam cricketers not to go freely up into the sky. Have a look on this match summary. Assam Cricket Association 235 what they have achieved with the last of 8 wickets. Run rate was 4.75. Gayatri scored 42 runs, 38 for Amanistika, and Monica scored 32. And Amalin got 4 wickets in 31 runs given away. 2 wickets for Aina Hamisa for 43 runs. Rutania got 1 wicket, given away 42 runs. So that is Malaysia. They will have to require 236 runs from 50 overs with 4.72 the net run rate, which will be required. When they will come back on, we are taking a break, then the live action will start.
Welcome back to BAYUEMAS Oval in Kuala. Still out, the shadows are growing longer and the contest is far from over. Assam have put 235 for 9, a total that's neither daunting nor modest, but one that sits perfectly on the edge of intrigue. And now it's over to Malaysia, 236 to get, 50 overs on a pitch that has slowed down with just enough space for the spinners to start whispering into the batter's ears. And this is where character matters more than class. With that, first ball was about to be delivered, but the bowler will have to go back and start again. Thus, Elisa and her side know the task. It's not just about chasing a number, it's about keeping the composure. Top order will have to lay the foundation. Middle order must absorb the pressure. And someone, just someone, has to play that defining knock. It isn't just about leveling the series, it is definitely about belief, about proving that they can bounce back after being outplayed in game number one. And the players have taken position, bowler ready now to be the first ball and starts off with a wide. There's a slip in play, and the bowler is just trying to start things off with an attacking mindset here. And so Malaysia opened the innings with one Julia, and alongside her from the other end at the non-strikers end is Nazatul Hidayah, opening the bowling for Assam is Hintimani, who was brilliant with the batting hand today. He did the late attacking that was required and scored 31 of just 30 deliveries. So right now she's bowling with a lot of pace, trying to attack the stump, but so far she's not been able to do it. On the previous two occasions, the ball was just too far on the offside, and that's definitely something that we want to work on and improve. In the previous outing, he just bowled 4 overs, had bowled one maiden, and went for 15 runs in that spell. So not a long spell for her on the previous outing, but the bowlers among the pick of the wickets were Rashmi Day alongside Monica Das. On this occasion, we're seeing that she's so far gone about it very nicely. She's quite expressing herself in terms of the amount of speed that she's generating. So that's nice to see. But we definitely want to attack the wicket and exploit a weakness in the defense of Julia here. Very late on that occasion from Julia, but just defends it and it's a dot ball. So in spite of that wide first up, Julia is yet to get off the mark and nothing really has come on from the bat. Three more deliveries remaining. This is much better. Trying to attack the stump, but that is nice to fade away on the left side. Uses the wrist from Julia to get off the mark. And with that, 2 runs are on the board. They have a little bit of time that they can afford to spend out there in the middle. Once the partnership starts brewing, then they can maybe just go after the bowling. At the start of this innings, the required run rate was 4.72, and you have to believe that that's really within the comfort zone of this Malaysia batting lineup because they do have some of the very experienced batters as well coming out to bat, the likes of Marcelita as well as Elsa Hunter. On that occasion, once again, we see a hint of outswing going. Another dot ball. Nazatul Hidayah is yet to get off the mark. And so far, it's been a mixed kind of over. He tried to attack the stump on a few occasions, but on the others, he's just gotten that outswing going. Once finished nicely here, definitely into running. Here's the last ball of this over, and umpire will signal a wide. So one more legal pitch remaining, and so far the rhythm has been missing from Hintimani early on this innings. She bowled brilliantly the other day. The starting was outstanding from her. She was well supported by Nirupama Baro as well. Nirupama picked up 3 wickets the other day, so he'll definitely be waiting to come from the other end from this situation as well. Here comes the last ball that is driven nicely, but not with a lot of power. So a dot to finish. One over completed. It's two without loss. With the first over down in this stage, you can already feel the tension in the air here at BAYUEMAS Oval. Malaysia at six without loss, and it looks a little bit they don't want to get off to a nervous start. So they want to keep the wickets intact here. And with that, we were anticipating Nirupama to continue, and that is how it will be. So coming up from the other end is Nirupama. Hint of instinct going on early on, and when Julia just nicely presents the full face of the bat, trying to guide that towards the offside, and it will be a dot to start things off for Nirupama. Rasan new ball bowlers have looked like they're trying to hit a good length straight away. There's just that hint of nip that is coming off from the surface, especially after pitching. But Nirupama so far has looked like she's getting a little bit of a movement in the air. This isn't really a pitch you can blast your way through. This is one you have to earn every run on. That's something Malaysia will be very aware of. So for Malaysia, the key right now is very simple. They have to survive, they have to settle down quite nicely in the wicket, and then they can build a platform that they can accelerate on. And while I was saying that there was a thickish inside edge, almost hitting the stump, very lucky to be still out there one Julia and Virupama once again almost picking up a wicket. And the mistake definitely from the batter would be the fact that he was attempting a cross batted shot, especially against the swing of Nirupama. That is not something that is very easy to be played. Almost would have lost the wicket in the process. Very lucky to be still out there. Excellent start from Nirupama. Assam will definitely sense that they have an opportunity early on against these two batters out there. And the wicket there will definitely open up the opportunities for them. Three dot balls already in this over, and so far Nirupama has just tried to bowl those in swingers and hasn't tried to do anything other than that. Nirupama Baro from the previous outing was the pick of the bowlers, picked up 3 wickets and really broke the chase of the innings. One Julie on the previous match went out to her, and also Nazatul Hidayah. So she was the one who picked up the wickets of both the openers. And that's really something that fast bowlers don't really forget. Once they have a good outing against a specific batter, that's something they are most likely to remember. These are the kind of things that really can boost the confidence and the morale of the fast bowler. So far, this is turning out to be a very good over, especially with the new ball in hand. Nirupama, one more delivery remaining. Pull at the stump. That's nicely played down the ground, and that will go all the way to the boundary. Intent on display here. Very good looking stroke and a well deserved boundary to start things off from Nazatul Hidayah. The idea was very clear from unless he wanted to bowl full at the stump and was almost helped by that instant going. But Nazatul Hidayah was equal to the task and a very confident looking stroke to get her off the mark and going. 2 overs completed. Malaysia without loss. A bit more intent, a bit more rhythm, and finally something for the dugout to cheer. Once again, a good looking cut shot from Juan Julia. So far, she stayed that cross that is shot far too often. And that's something definitely when Nirupama comes back to the second, she'll be very eager to exploit because once the bowler is coming with in swingers, it's very difficult for batters to just get square of the wicket. Against Juan Julia looks a bit sensitive, as you can see that he's not really coming up to bat with the clear intent. But Nagarjun, on the other hand, has a very gorgeous looking stroke down the ground, and that really reminds us why he's opening the batting for Malaysia. He's a batter with aggressive intent, and when she times it, they're traveling to the boundary, a lot of pace. So that's really something that will calm the nerves in the dressing room. At the moment, Ryan Julia is 2 of 9. You can see that on occasion, her front foot going towards the leg side. So she's trying to open up a little bit of space for herself. That's a little bit that is expected as well because we often talk about how the front foot really travel to the pitch of the ball and eventually that is a safer option when it comes to dealing with the new ball. Here's Intimani to continue. She started off with 3 dot balls in her second over. This time we can see intent and the batter when Julia lost it over the top of the infield and this time picks up a boundary. Much better from Van Julia there. Really shouldn't be just wondering about how to go about it. If an opportunity is there, definitely go after it. Again, no chance really for the fielder at mid-on. Watch it go all the way over her head for just a couple of bounces over the fence to the boundary. So both these batters already have a boundary each, and right now they're trying to get the move on that Malaysia needs. At the moment, 224 runs needed, but they will not be worried about how much they require at this stage, as long as they can keep the partnership intact. Fuller delivery this time, almost faded to the fielder. It's good that he did not get the timing on that occasion, otherwise it would have been very risky. Cincinnati persisting in bowling to that stump, but Van Julie as well, just trying to attack the way out of this discomfort situation. So far, only 2 extras, and both of them have come when Cincinnati was bowling. Short and wide, trying to cut that one away, missed completely. Another dot ball, and with that, 3 overs have been completed with 12 without loss. So far, no early damage for Malaysia yet, and that's something that will keep the dugout very happy. Nazatul has looked very fluent out there. He's 4 of 5, and Juan Julia has also started to show some intent. This is the contest I'm waiting for because the way that Juan Julia has approached the innings is very important how Nirupama goes. And look at that, an opportunity almost to could have picked up a wicket. Valiant effort there by the bowler and doing the follow through. These are the chances that are never easy. And full marks for the dedication that she came up with. Smiles on the way back to her run up and definitely an opportunity that if taken would have made Assam very comfortable out there. Batter on strike is Kazatul, and definitely almost took that up a wicket here. This time, full of the what a catch. This is taken as slip. Beautifully placed the fielder and reward fascinating bowling for Newcomer. Once again, it is who picks up the first wicket for Assam. And as the fielder shows her number, why not? He truly deserves to be recognized here for that effort. Brilliantly done. Absolutely well taken. Hint of movement was still there, and I think that is what has led to that wicket edge. The fielder on that occasion was Priyanka, who held on to that quite nicely. And with that, the first wicket has fallen from Malaysia. Things are looking good. Suzatul was trying to get a move on. She already hit a boundary and maybe just wanted to go after Nirupama. In comes the big person who has a lot of responsibilities up his shoulders. As Alisa is often found herself in this kind of situation when it comes to batting. Because oftentimes we've seen that the top order wicket has fallen. That's too early for Malaysia. But this will be cricket that Assam will be desperate for. If Malaysia keeps going, then Malaysia will be in with a chance. On the other hand, getting the wicket of Malaysia will really put them on the back foot. He did not really have a good previous outing. Just scored 7 of 15 deliveries. And it was this bowler who picked her up in the previous outing as well. So good battle. These are the mini battles that we often talk about, that certain bowlers often have an edge against others. We know that the high scorer in the other game was Elsa Hunter. He scored 79 of 86 deliveries. So really someone who can take the bowling to the cleaners. But today we've seen her limping a bit, and not really in the best of touches in terms of physical condition. So a lot really will depend on how Matt Felicia goes about today. And right now, this is turning out to be a very good over from Nirupama. Created a couple of chances and eventually fielder Priyanka really holding on to a very difficult chance and really sitting back the batter Zatul. Right now, she's two more deliveries remaining, but she's very threatening out there. Can she pick up another one? Fuller delivery and nicely defended. Natalisa just trying to see off Nirupama here, and I don't think that's the worst decision to take out there because it looks like Nirupama is getting a lot of movement in the air and she's mixing it up nicely as well. Sometimes you gotta be very careful in targeting your bowlers that you can go after, and the way she's going about it, it's difficult to go after her. End of a very good over. It's a wicket maiden from Nirupama. 4 overs completed, 12 with a loss of one. That is nicely carried away, and that is racing away to the boundary. Chases on, but in RMS Oval is lightning fast, and once again, the evidence of it. The value of your shot from Van Julia, and Cincinnati needs to support Nirupama well here so far. He hasn't seen a golden starting spell for Assam here. Assam were looking for that 30 strike, and they've already got it. that picked up the wicket of the opener Nazatul, who just started to find a bit of rhythm, and we have to say that was a stunning catch which led to the departure of the batter. After that, in this over, the first ball from Sindhimani was put away nicely by Van Julia towards the offside, and boundary there really eased a little bit of nerves for them. Van Julia remains at the crease. At the moment, she's 10 of 15. So she's cautiously searching for a few runs here, and that is the way that she needs to go on from here. All eyes definitely are on her and Marceli for the captain. She's also the very heartbeat of this side. She's just a bit off the mark and has faced four deliveries. So this is a very big moment, not just in this game, but also in this series, because Malaysia find themselves 1-0 in this series so far. So they really need to put on a good show here and find in the winning ways. And really, this partnership is going to be very crucial because here's the thing: in a case of 236, first 10 overs are all about survival and positioning. One more wicket here, and Malaysia could find themselves right down at the rope. The pressures on the fielders are definitely chirping. There's a bit of a discussion between the captain and the fast bowler, and there's a lot of pressure on both the sides really at this point. No more belief is remaining from Cincinnati here. Have to see how she goes about it. There's one Julia. Cincinnati was very upset to put away for the boundary. This time she still persists with that delivery outside the off stump. And this time one Julia misses. So a valuable dot ball for Cincinnati and Assam. So far, Cincinnati has given away two wides as well. And in total she's given away 11 runs. But in her 2.3 deliveries so far, she's bowled 12 dot balls. So out of 15 deliveries, 12 have been dots. That really shows how much of a control she's bowling with. And so far, on occasions, even though she has pitched it way outside the off stump, it is the batters who have failed to connect. And that really tells us that the batters really need to step up the game as well. Because from the other side, someone like Nirupama Baro is bowling. 2 overs have gone for just 5 runs and has picked up a wicket as well. So these two deliveries will be very crucial for one Julian. She needs to be still out there at the moment, 10 of 17, and she's being helped for her cause by some extras. And Ichiban is really struggling with him here. He's not been able to target the stumps as often as she would have liked, and on occasions he's also given away a few extras. The last wicket fell at the score of 12 and now 17. Once again, looks like a few runs have started to come again, and that is why it will be very important for them to keep the partnership intact. Much fuller this time, and the batter just goes a little bit deeper and defends it nicely. One more delivery remaining to complete the fifth over. Cincinnati perhaps with that extra bit of pace will want to mix it up a little bit. Maybe just pull back the length a bit slightly shorter. At the same time, she needs to attack that off stump. So maybe she needs to bowl in that corridor of uncertainty, especially with that spin play and that outswinger going. Will definitely get some purchase of this pitch. We'll have to wait and see. This is the last ball coming in. Fuller delivery played in the air, but not carrying to the fielder. Hands around the waist for Chinchumani. He wanted to finish nicely. 5 overs completed. Malaysia is 17 with a loss of 1.
been the loss of one wicket, which has been the case here so far. I think so that both teams they've got a balanced start in the first 5 overs. So that say like 4.5 run rate required. It's not that been a massive goal. If you have got a good decent start as a batting unit, well, Nirupama, she has got a wicket. She has got the ability to bring the ball back to the batters. She's just making a curve to the right hander, normally in a very tough delivery, and surprising the batter. So far, with such kind of delivery, she must have got one fielder to her own side. Here you see, she's trying to bring the ball back into the right hander, and she has got this quality. 6 overs done, 18 for 1. When Julia and Marcelisa, senior pros, talk about the cricket of Malaysia, what they've done in the past, really impressive sort of things. Truly talk about their cricketing careers. But here at this stage, they're trying to build up a partnership. Slightly away. Shouldn't be the case. Because the way we have seen Chintimani played for India, played leagues as well too around the globe. Has got a pretty decent experience. Good delivery. She's keeping the ball towards off stump. Runs in quickly, having good shape. Making her efforts count. So far, to 3.2 overs and got a wicket. It's been slightly at time to think that a very time she's into the fourth over, hasn't got the wicket. But on the other part, the counter attack here from Malaysian cricketers that has been positive today. In the previous game, they were not off to the mark exactly, of their colours and the standards. But today, Malaysian women cricket team players, they are showing some resistance as well as some confidence. Positivity is there. Which is a good sign that when you're playing cricket at top level, you are learning every time. Fulfilling. That is the need of time. That you have to support your bowlers at any task. For that, we have seen in the past the donkey roads, such kind of fielders like Herschel Gibbs, Shadab Kabir from Pakistan. Really, elasticity has been at the top level because of those fitness, stamina they used to take practice. Out of 24 hours, a good player that he wants to be a number one player in the ranking of ICC, you have to give like 18 to 20 hours for your job. Good delivery. She tried a Yorkland delivery. Slightly, I think, the drifting down the leg side. That was not exactly there, which she wanted to place that ball. But just one run is overall 4 for her. Score is not that massive. The run rate here has dropped to 2.5, which is below par required. Well, with that shot delivery, Jintimani concludes the 4th over of her quarter. It's Malaysia, 19 for 1. Partnership doing well so far. Nothing so that is the way that you have to keep quiet factors. Because if start playing the shot easily, it will be a little hard for the bowlers to stop them. And a good delivery. And Marcelisa, she's responding. Marcelisa Yasmin, complete name. She's once held the record for the best bowling figures. T20, I remember 6 for 3 from 4 overs against China, Marcelisa. But she can open the account too for the country, which indicates that the Malaysian cricket team, especially in women, have got a good one, talented cricketers, as well as Asian Institute of Technology ground in Bangkok. She participated in the T20 match. Making use of that soft hands. Play to a top side. Single. When Julia, good player. So both of these two batters, they're really hard hitters. They're a good company to each other. Double toss. Play towards covers. Well, rotation should be there. If you're not setting boundaries, you have to keep one thing in mind. That the rotation. So, Julia started her career in 2018. Into the black hole, so 8th over ball. It's 21 for 1. That's a good delivery. base. So we've already noticed that Chintimani is really a good all-round cricketer. She's having a good arm. Though that really smart enough to deliver. Up into that. Look at that. She's running in quickly with open chested action. Straight one. When she's delivering, sometimes she's been straightening her arm, trying to stretch and get some movement here. I think so that here at this time, daytime, must say, it's really hard to get some movement here in the ball. I think so that some wrist work, keeping seam cross maybe up, maybe getting something from the surface here at this time. See that? She's trying to keep the ball up. Maybe that she's trying to bring that ball back to the right hander. But indications are there, but no support from the weather. Because it's not going to be even hot. If it's a cloudy, seamy conditions, then Jintimani may be getting some hint of swing by keeping the ball up. Keep shining the ball from one side, make it more lighter from the other side. So you may be getting some swing there. But here, it's a sunny day, no clouds up in the sky, so you may be getting a little hard. So what you can do, get some pace on the ball. Try to deceive the batter with your pace. That is the possibility here. Very close to the off stump. Well, required run rate has jumped up above 5 now. It was almost 2 runs per over. A boundary was required to play in every over by the Malaysian batters. So I think so that they should not be keeping themselves into the shell. They need to play aggressively here. Now, it's another dot delivery. But because when you've got the talent, you have proved yourself and have been selected here at this level. So here you have to prove that you are a good hitter. You can play the inning, you can build up the inning. It's not a matter of wasting deliveries. Look at that. Julia, 30 deliveries, 11 runs. You may expect like 11 runs in 20 deliveries. So I think that 10 deliveries, she has played extra here. But should have not been wasted like that. The delivery to finish the ninth over. Maiden from Jintimani, 21 for 1. Marcelisa, 3 runs in 17 deliveries. So if you're not making use of deliveries to score runs, that may build a pressure on the remaining players of the team who are sitting here at dugout, that when they will be playing, coming and playing in the center, lesser deliveries were available and more runs to score. So I think it's a time to build up a good inning, right? Because at least it's only 4 runs per over. You are into the power play with a lack of confidence, lack of practice. So you may get like rotating the strike at 3 or 4 runs. Get some confidence in the center, get the judge the height of the surface, maybe the bounce. then he can play better. Down the wicket, she has attempted, and look at that positivity. If you are positive from your mind, you will surely get results. Risk-free cricket should be there. Don't think that you will be out. Think that you will get a boundary. You have to play positive for your side, and then you will be getting some good results. 5 runs. We should get some more runs here. If the ball is there in your slot, just go after it. Because bowler may be giving you a couple of deliveries in an every over. You hit high, six at a boundary, gently just protecting at the boundary. So there you see Nirma. He's got the variety, but hasn't been successful today that much. I think batters, they're not giving her any sort of space between bat and pad. That is the area from here she angles the ball in onto the off and middle stump. So today, Malaysian batters have watched the videos of the previous team. They're responding well against her. Play towards onside, deep mid wicket. A long chase from long on. In the meantime, the batters, they are running for singles. 4 runs, in fact. A couple more added. They finished the over 28 for 1 in 10 overs.
With that, we have reached the end of the first power play here. Malaysia are 28 with the loss of one. And while they've kept wickets in hand, they've paid quite a heavy price in terms of momentum. And Julia has held firm on 17 of 35, and Marcelisa, the skipper, the experienced one, is still 4 from 18. Been a cautious, perhaps too cautious start from these two Malaysian batters. And here's the thing, in a case of 236, you don't really have to explode in the first 10. You can't afford to go into a shell either, because now the field spreads, the gap closed, and on that occasion we saw a shorter pitch delivery that is pulled away nicely, chases on and does well. Good looking shot from Marcelisa, much better. He picks up a couple of runs there. This is why we cannot really allow dot balls to settle in. This is what the conversation should be out there in the middle. Dot balls can even become suffocating for the batters out there. Boundaries can eventually be rare, but dot balls can build the pressure, and singles, on the other hand, can keep the scoreboard ticking. So, in pursuit of playing safe, sometimes Malaysia can just push them towards a corner, and eventually it will be difficult for them to just get out of that situation. That's nicely played this time on the offside. Chance there, an appeal, and it is given, is it? Yes, we can see Assam is celebrating, and just when the partnership was needed, a breakthrough quite literally out of nowhere for Assam. That is why being electric and energetic in the field is always crucial. And with that, we'll have to wait and see who's the batter that has departed. Looks like it is the captain, Mas Elisa, who has to walk back to the pavilion. And if that's the case, that will be a huge blow for Malaysia here. You can see that Julie is just taking drinks, and confirmation here. It is Mas Elisa, 7 of 19 deliveries. Very big wicket in terms of the context of the game. And the skipper has to walk back to the pavilion just when things are looking good for Malaysia. They have lost a nice wicket here, especially given the fact that someone like Elsa Hunter is also injured. In comes Lauren, but it will not be easy coming out to face Rima, but a run out is something that Marcelisa will never be happy with because she really fancies herself as a fan of someone like Virat Kohli. So she tries to take those difficult singles at times when she's coming out and batting out there in the middle. So that's something that will disappoint her truly. On the other hand, we have to say that it was a valiant effort in the field, quick release after grabbing onto that, and eventually no hesitation for the leg umpire to really give the decision. So just two balls after the power play, already a one wicket loss, and let's see if this can bring in another. Lauren has just walked out to the middle, and we have to say that she is herself not really riding a good bit of form out here. Three balls into this over from Rima. We're talking about how Lauren didn't have a good outing. On the previous game, she scored 5 runs. She was out LBW when Rashmi was bowling. She scored the 5 runs of 23 deliveries, which was a long stay, which was quite in vain. But it's a different situation, and this time she fixed it quite nicely. Ball just stopped before reaching the boundary for just a couple of runs here, crucial runs. A lot will really depend on one Julia here, how she goes on from here, and she'll definitely have to play a very long innings. Nirupama Baro today in her 5 overs given away 15 runs and picked up a wicket, and Pinti Money has also bowled 5 overs and given away 13 runs. And this was the first change in the bowling. So is Rima Pegu into the attack. So far, she's given away 5 runs, but in her over, we saw one beautiful run out, which was well done by Priyanka and Shivani in that combination. So Priyanka truly has been outstanding in the field today. She's taken a beautiful catch in that slip to gully position. Once again, beautifully bowled and played with soft hands. A dot to finish the over. 11 completed with 33 for 2. And Malaysia are really find themselves in a little bit of a bother. They have to see if they can develop a partnership, and from here they can take the game deeper. On the other hand, we're seeing that captain of Assam is happy to persist with Nirupama from the other end. Looks like Kintimani is the bowler who was replaced, and you have to be a tactical decision. You don't want to overuse your bowlers. There is 50 over format, so sometimes giving a spell that is a touch too long can exhaust your bowlers, and especially someone like Nirupama, who's the absolute key when it comes to bowling. We'll have to see, but Nirupama should feel that she has a chance against someone like Van Julia, given that he picked her up in the previous outing as well. And we know that Van Julia likes to play those cross-batted shots. This time that is well played, showing the full face of the bat and played that nicely towards cover. Trying to play that down the ground. This time not at full control, but it's good enough to get another single. And that brings out Lauren on strike against Nirupama. She stays 4 deliveries for the 2 runs, and so far we've seen that she has a very good defense. Right now, Nirupama is just targeting the stump and she's bowling within herself. As you can see, nicely guided away to the offside and good running between the wickets to pick up another single there. The required run rate is now 5.22, so it's starting to climb there. So they definitely have to keep an eye on that scoring rate as well, so that they never truly fall off in this chase. 8 wickets still in hand. Lots of batters are still waiting to be out there. So it's very important they don't really go into that shell. Good looking shot this time down the track, and no chance really for the fielder at long on. So much needed boundary this time, and it was a full toss. Missed out on that joker, and it's none other than one Julia taken it to be her responsibility to keep up the scoring rate, and especially against someone like Nirupama who picked up her wicket in the previous game. Looks like she's giving her a fitting reply in this innings. But no fast bowler likes to be hit down the ground. I don't think it is any different for someone like Nirupama. We have to wait and see how she finishes. Two more deliveries remaining in this over, and will be Nirupama just trying to pick up a wicket here. Keeper is coming very close. That's very good to see. This time slightly away from the batter's hitting zone. One Julian normally plays a very good cut shot, but on that occasion, straight to the fielder, a dot ball. One more delivery remaining, and Nirupama will have to finish well here. Two wickets have fallen, one at score of 12 and the other at 31. Turning out to be a good partnership between Matthews and Juan Julia, two of the more experienced batters. Uses the feed this time, straight to the fielder at cover. Shot to finish 12 completed is 39 with the last two. It's been a very slow going day for Malaysia when it comes to the batting hand. And although the wicket column still hasn't fully collapsed, scoring rate continues to just hover in first gear. You see that Rima is once again charging and attacking the stump, but because they played with soft hand, they have been able to rotate for easy single. That's better to see. When Julia remains the constant at the moment, 22 of 41 deliveries, and to her credit, she's really battled with testing spells, played within herself, and is really trying to just hold the innings together. But at some point, the script needs a plot twist. You've got to move from survival to start scoring. Otherwise, this chase is going to grow taller with every passing over. Just like on that occasion, you can see that was a much better delivery. Once again, another dot ball. Lauren has just joined her. She's 4 of 6, still feeling her way in, and the asking rate is now creeping up forward. It's 5.20. That might not sound like too much in ODI cricket, but definitely with a couple of wickets falling, that will really start mounting on the pressure. We were once again attacking the stump, and Julia not being able to put that one away. Now the dot ball, so can't really take any credits away from Assam bowlers today. They have been clinical. The lines have been very tight, as we've seen the previous overs as well as this one. The lengths have been nagging, and the pressure definitely has been absolutely consistent from the word go. You can almost feel them circling around these two batters looking for that one moment of indecisive. Just when we say that that was a poor delivery down the left side, chase is on, well stopped before reaching the boundary. But really, this is a rare loose delivery from Assam here. Umpire signals leg by, but they successfully changed for a couple of runs there. That will help the score. Malaysia definitely is not out of it, but right now they are, you can say in a different language, that they are shadow boxing. They're reacting, not really attacking. Someone's got to throw the first punch, or this game might quietly just slip out of the back door. When Juliet, the opening batter, is still out there, 22 of 44 now, and we've seen that story from the very beginning that on occasions her front foot doesn't really travel to the pitch of the ball, and perhaps that's why she doesn't really hit those blazing boundaries of the bat as often as she would have liked. Definitely, we've seen a few extras as well, but so far, three of them have come off the bowling of Pintimala. Here comes Rima, advances down the track, and when Julia plays that away from the fielder at short mid wicket, chase is on, and this should be good enough for a couple of runs. End of the over from Rima, 13 overs completed, 44 with the loss of two. And with that, another change in the bowling. For the first time today, we are seeing spin introduced from Assam, and so far, fast bowlers Nirupama Baro and Jinsimala Kalita have done a good job for them, but it brings in Rashmi. Rashmi Day on the previous outing had picked up two wickets, so that should be playing in her mind. Definitely can do a good job when it comes to controlled bowling. And Rashmi, once again, was the bowler who picked up the wicket of Lauren in the previous outing. So the captain has been quite active when it comes to deciding which bowler to bowl against which batter, because those mini battles sometimes can really work out in favor of the bowling side. Rashmi can sometimes bowl wicket to wicket and attack the stump. But either of this wicket will definitely work for Assam at this stage. Lauren looks like she's going deeper and deeper into the crease, and that's something that will definitely excite Rashmi because suddenly you can just bowl that one wicket to the air, and once the batter is caught in the crease, that really makes it easier for the LBW decision to go in favor of the bowler. It was well stopped, almost looked like that will go to the boundary, but full mark for that effort at cover. So the rare loose runner that Rashmi bowled on that occasion was stopped nicely by the fielder there. And once again, Lauren does not get boundaries that she probably would have deserved from that shot. Two more deliveries remaining. Once again, flighted. This time we'll have to see. Once again, it is stopped. So quite an effort from the fielder at cover. And Assam has definitely stepped in with the energies and their mindset that they will not allow anything to pass by. Rashmi on a couple of occasions bowled a touch puller. Eventually, she's helped by her teammates and finishes that over with a maiden. 14 completed, it's 44 with a loss of two. And fast bowler continues. This time it is smashed down the ground. The chase will be on, but in vain. So another very good looking stroke. Once again, it is one Julia who's decided that it will be on her the responsibility to up the scoring of Malaysia, and so far she has delivered. Rima bowled a touch puller, and it was nicely played down the ground for yet another boundary. So definitely one Julia is getting a move on here. Already smashed four boundaries, five rather, with that one, with the last one, and he moved on to 28 of 47. Once again, fuller delivery, but when it comes to offside, he has not really been able to score as often as he would have liked. So another dot ball. Vima has been slightly expensive when it comes to the context of this game. 2.2 overs, gone for 12 runs, and hasn't yet picked up a wicket. Juan Julia is really standing tall here, and all Assam can hope for is perhaps Juan Julia to just commit to a mistake that can bring them back into this game. But look at that, beautifully played this time. Finally, a good-looking shot on the offside, half stop at the circle. That is why the ball hasn't travelled to the boundary. But nevertheless, crucial runs here, a couple of them. And once again, Rima will find herself under a little bit of pressure right now. Already 6 runs off the first three deliveries, and three more deliveries remaining now. Juan Julia turning out to be a very good innings with the bat in hand. 30 of 49 now. Strike rate has improved. It's at the 60s now, 61.22. Accurate. Here's Rima. So far, she's been bowling fuller, and that's been the story as it is now. Once again, charging it down the ground. This time, not really got the kind of timing that can take the ball to the boundary. Finally, she gets off and rotates for a single. This brings Lauren on strike. Lauren so far has scored 4 of 12. Lauren Kua is looking like she's very solid when it comes to technical batting, but she needs to support Van Julia. She needs to give her a good hand in terms of the partnership. And as long as she can get a single and bring back Van Julia on strike, the partnership that this partnership can really keep blossoming here. Two more deliveries remaining down the left side. Not the best of deliveries, but there is field in the deep. Should be just a one. And this is turning out to be quite an expensive over. 8 runs off it already. One more delivery remaining, and it will be Van Julia on strike. Lauren, who is definitely doing her job. Only disappointing thing would be that Mas Lisa is back at the hut, 7 of 19 and run out. Very disappointed with herself. Van Julia now on strike, does ball and finishes with a dot. 15 overs completed, it 52 with the loss.
15 overs, 52 for 2. What Malaysian women cricket team has achieved here so far. Should go all along in this game today. Nothing so that they have shown pretty decent breaking skills today in this game. Because in the previous game, they were knocking off the good start, either from bowlers or from the batters. Big delivery. So Rashmi just to hit that off stump. Nothing so that she was pretty close to that off stump. Slip is there. Officially played or dropped. That was straightforward catch, straight into the hand and out on the very second moment. Rashmi has tried her level best. Jinti, beg your pardon, it's not Jinti, the catch was dropped. So that standard should be improved because you're playing at top level. Sometimes captain you change the fielder. So that just signaling towards her, go at deep. Oh, you're not in a position to let the ball properly in a very fast attempt. Maybe sometimes it's a pressure game. I think here at this stage, second one day, there should not be any pressure. Both teams, 16 overs gone, 52 for 2. Easy way. So easy. There's 16 the last 16.1 over, 52 the last 2 wickets. .52 with the loss of 2. I think so that sometimes the teams setting the target while chasing down 183, that's not in a big way to cross through. It's only the way that how you segregate your target. 5 overs, 20 runs, next 5, 30 runs. Working away to the downside. So the teams can normally segregate the targets. Like past 5 overs, we will be playing 20 runs, trying to save the wicket. Next 5 overs, slightly improved, trying to get 30. So after 10 overs, we will be having 50 at least. But we are losing 2 wickets, 16th over, 4 runs. Not a bad call. But here, that one J, that she should be playing in an anchor role. Because sometimes when the power play is on, the fielders are well spread, so maybe a little difficult to get the boundary. But these Malaysian grounds, look at that. This is not that small ground. This is a big venue. You can easily play into the gap and can get like a couple of runs. I think so that these two, as a home side, they should try to play into the gap and try to get runs if they are not having boundaries. 3 runs already. At least get another two. It's over. That's better if you play on merit. I think so that at least they should go 4 runs, maybe 5 runs sometimes. Because look at the bottom line, required run rate. That is 5.4, which indicates that this game is still there in the favor of Malaysian cricket team. They can easily run 5 runs per over. Sometimes the bad deliveries, it may go for double. Oh, that was pretty close. Got the bat on the way. 17 overs gone, 55 to 3. Officially played to the onside. Let's see that into the gap. These are the spots that you can easily find. Because it's a deep mid wicket, there is long gone, there is long gone. Easily played. The shots towards those places. And that single. But let's see that how good they will be playing in the center as Ron J, Ron Julia, Nora. Got good hands at the bat. And the way that body language is showing that the head is up, the shoulders are high, they've been pretty confident. Look at that body language of these two factors. They have been in confidence that we can win this game today. And that should be the case. Ball is going to be through. The fielder was there, the two fielders in fact, but Lauren has bypassed these two fielders and got an excellent placement and timing. So this is happening with all of the confidence. You have dropped the catch at that time at mid-off, and now will have to pay the price. Because the batter is in a good form. He's in a good nick, like 34, 10 runs altogether. Though they have spent much time, like they have faced more deliveries than required, but it's spending up time. Because if there is a normal circumstance that you're setting up a target and you have played 25 deliveries, you have scored 20, 21, that's okay. But here they are chasing down. You can set the tone for yourself for the team. Grover so far, they have got 6 runs already. They now can overcome the deficit of the previous overs when there is a median, maybe that 2 runs, 1 run. So it's a good time to overcome that deficiency here by scoring a boundary, couple of runs. But it's a dot delivery. 6 runs from the over of Rishmi. It's 61 to 2. stopping the ball every time like this will not be a bad call because you may stop a couple of deliveries to play top ball. But overall, the partnership should be there. Has been walked away towards onside. Quick run taken. Sometimes there are a number of players in the cricket world and women's side who normally used to start slowly. They used to play like 30, 40 deliveries, maybe scoring 15 to 20 runs. But as they crosses the 50 or 60 runs mark, they start playing quickly. The strike rate improves as they go past to the 50 runs mark. But at the initial stages, the strike rate is pretty low when they are facing 30 deliveries, for only 10. I remember that Miss Paul Huck, who's been really slow starter, but once he gets 50 plus, he used to hit you hard, as well as Rahul Dravid, Sarab Ganguly, Ricky Ponting. But these are big legendary players can improve their strike rates at the very last moment. They can dictate their terms. And they had dictated their terms in the past. Ricky Ponting, what a captain he was. Jose's the three-time consecutive World Cup winners. The coach normally used to sit and watch the boys playing, only give the plan. Act is being performed by the players. So the teams should be like that. Four ball. Usumi just given away one run. 19th over. 62 for two. That has been played slight uppish, but a deep mid wicket. Nothing so that this is the key here for them. And can play like beautiful signal and they can hit big. I hadn't seen any big shot so far, like big six at any stage this inning from Malaysian women cricketers. I think that's been pretty sensible too because you have lost two wickets and you're chasing down the target which is slowly coming down within 73. You beat down the deep mid wicket. The chase is there for the fielder. Nothing so that from 21st to 30th over, that will be really important for these Malaysian batters. They will have to score at least 80 plus in that era. Yeah, you can see like in the last 5 overs, the score is not that massive, 18 to 50 runs. But from 30, from 21st, 30th over, at that time, these Malaysian batters, they should be trying to score like 70 plus. And they will be getting off pressure the last 20 overs. Otherwise, if you could only score like 20, 30 runs in the next 10 overs, 21st to 30, they may be under pressure because you may lose a wicket in 10 overs, they may not. Well, in an over gone, it's 4 from the over, 20 bowled, 66 wickets.
Lauren has moved on to score 14 of 31, and Van Julia is still out there, 36 of 63 deliveries now. So they're going at a rate better than the early crawl, but still not quite at the tempo that is needed for the chase of 236. Starts off with a dot, Mosumi here. The platform is there now, but the engine hasn't really quite started to just take over here. When Julia continues to be the anchor, she's played a marathon now so far and is approaching halfway mark of the innings with real composure. She's weathered the early storm, and now the question is, can she accelerate? Because someone going to really have to take the stage by the collar here. Lauren at the other end is beginning to settle in too, and this is really a crucial phase with just 30 overs left, wickets in hand, ball starting to just age. This is the time to really start to lay the foundation for the launching pad here. With the bat the next 10 overs smartly and take calculated risks, the game can definitely open up again. But from either side here, we can see that Assam is just trying to contain the batters. They're happy to just hold short deliveries and just hold with line and length. So definitely we have to give Assam the full credit of this. They've bowled with discipline and they've definitely tried up the boundaries. And they've also refused to really offer anything that is too loose and easy picking for the batters. Every run has had to be earned so far, and the fielding has definitely backed it up. It's not been too dramatic, but definitely some old school bowling and an opportunity there. And maybe just if the reaction was a bit faster, could have been taken. Nevertheless, this has been a good over. 3 runs off it, and Moshmi is just going very quickly about the over. Malaysia is 69 for 2 now, with 2 more deliveries remaining in this 21st. The game is alive, but the chase needs a pulse definitely. One partnership can bring it rightfully back, and they need to up the scoring. You see a bit of intent there, but that would only be yet another single, even though that shot stayed in the air. 1 more delivery remaining in this over of Moshmi, and so far already 4 runs off it. So after the first over that went for just 1 run, which has been a little bit more yielding to the effort of Malaysia, and finishes off with a dot. 21 overs completed, 70 with the loss of 2. The spinner continued from the other side, and so far started off with a brilliant couple of deliveries. So once again, trying to keep Lauren quite honest out there. Juan Julia has played a very steady knock, 38 or 67 at this time. A beautiful looking shot. Fielder will just want to sail it over her head, and that will be a very important maximum. Just have a look at that. She waited for the first two deliveries, and this time she knew exactly what Rashmi is about to do. And even though the fielder was there in the deep, she decided to just take her on. Important runs here, and Lauren, if you're capable of doing it, you gotta do it more often here because these are the kinds of shots that can really uplift the morale of a batting side and that can really give them that boost that they can keep going from here. Rashmi, on the other hand, is really looking a bit surprised with that shot. Really came out of nowhere. And because of that, I think the ball that previously were a bit quicker to the air. The required run rate now is 5.65. And after that six, we've seen a couple of more dot deliveries now. So it looks like if Rashmi just bowls one more dot delivery here, it will not be making Assam too unhappy. They have to finish nicely here once again, this time on the offside, but that is why it was not in the hitting zone of Lawrence. Will keep strike. 22 overs completed, 77 with the loss of two. This is turning out to be a very good partnership. The current partnership has put on a score of 46 together, and right now they have also faced a lot of deliveries since they have come out to bat together. Marcelisa's wicket fell in the, I think, 11th over. Since then, they have really weathered the storm here. They're batting and building up a very good partnership. And when it comes to the bowling, I think after the first change was brought in, Vima Pegu, 4 overs went for 19 runs. Rashmi Dey, 5 overs gone for 17. And Moshumi Nara, 2 overs before this, has given away 5 runs. So they've kept things in check when it comes to bowling economically. But on the other hand, Malaysia as well have really put a value on their wickets, and it made it a bit difficult for the bowlers of Assam. They haven't really picked up wickets as often as they would have liked. That is why chasing a total is really a suit the batting line of Malaysia. That was a very good delivery, almost hitting the top of off stump there. Moshumi so far has bowled fair economic spell, and once again this is turning out to be exactly that. Just 1 run so far. One Julie is on strike. At the moment she's 38 of 68. She's nearing that milestone. She needs to stay out there. Gets a single by playing that shot on the offside. And Lauren is now back on the strike. She has played two stock sweeps, connected one quite beautifully and the other not so much. So she's really giving us a glimpse of what she can do. She can spend a little bit of time out there, and that will be a dot to finish. 23 overs completed, 79 runs with the loss of two. More spin to continue. I think the captain has observed that the spinners are really doing a good job there, especially someone like Mosh Minara. 3 overs went for just 7 runs. And with that, we have a change in the bowling. For the first time today, we are seeing Priyanka into the attack. And straight away, she's greeted with a shot on the leg side. Only be a shot, but there was intent on display. Priyanka today has affected both the dismissals that has been taken place. One was a beautiful catch there taken by her at the fifth cordon, and the other was a perfect run out. Now she really has her work cut off here. She needs to bowl well and maybe pick up a wicket here and just break this partnership because this is turning out to be a very good one eventually for Malaysia, even though the required run rate is 5.85. started to look more proactive and they're starting to slowly and steadily crawl into this innings. They have gathered a few runs here, both of them. Lauren now 24 or 44 and Juan Julia since coming into bat opening the innings for Malaysia is now 40 or 70. Two wides on the trot from Priyanka. This is the first time after Chintimani anyone has bowled extra. So that really shows how good they have been so far. This time it is stayed on the offside, but well stopped again. So in the circle, they have not really misjudged anything yet. They have rightfully placed their fielders in the right position, and they seem to be having an idea where the ball is going to go. Give credit to their captain. This is short pitch, not the best of delivery. Pulled away nicely and easy pickings. Not the best of deliveries, definitely from Priyanka. And Lauren will be very happy to have received that one. As you can see, half tracker and effortlessly put away on the leg side and really helping Lauren get a move on here. Much needed boundary for Malaysia, and that will help the required run rate come down slightly for Malaysia. We won't believe is remaining. This is turning out to be an expensive over for Assam. 7 runs off it already. Short pitch on the offside, not being able to cut that one away. Crucial dot ball, and because of the fact that two wides are bowled, this is turning out to be a very long over as well. Lauren is on strike at the moment, 28 of 47, and this time almost asking the right questions and picking up an outside edge. Shot to finish. 24 overs completed. It's 86 with the loss of two. And Moshumi is brought back into the attack and straight away starts off by bowling one right at the stump. Good delivery to start off, and especially at this point, we have to see if when Julia starts rotating the strike a bit more often because the partner at the other end, Lauren, is playing quite beautifully out there, and she's done that nicely on that occasion. Put a single on the second delivery of the over and brings back Lauren. Lauren so far has played quite well against Rashmi as well as Priyanka. So Moshumi remains the only bowler who hasn't been taken apart, at least in terms of the intent that Lauren has shown. Three more deliveries remaining, and we will complete 25 overs. So half the stage score should have been at least around 100 in this stage. That is what we want to believe. But I think Malaysia will not be too upset with that because they haven't lost too many wickets here. Lost 2 wickets. The only thing is Mass Lisa really has gone back for very low score, and we know that is much more capable than what that statistics will show up later. He scored 7 of 19 deliveries before a run out took place. Excellent effort by Priyanka. One more delivery remaining, and this is the last ball of the 25th. Van Julia, nicely defended and finishes off with a dot ball. So we're at the halfway stage. It's 88 runs on the board for Malaysia with a loss of 2 wickets. And they really put on a better show with the bat and take them closer to that target. Have to wait and watch from here on to see how they go about it.
pretty close. Here for the team. So chasing down the target. 1-2. Slightly away. Malaysian women today has already spoken that they have shown good quality cricket. Slightly away. Right. The game I couldn't do so, but overall, I must say that I have to admire that Malaysian women today they have shown improved level of cricket. Still, the body language. Look at that, Lauren. She's just keeping the bat straight, trying to stop the ball sometimes. Sometimes she's been trying to catch the gap. Slightly getting away down to the deep mid wicket. Intentions really positive here. That should be 6 over score, 93. Has been punched away to its onside deep mid wicket. The space is available. Ball rushes to the boundary for 4. Masumi comes in and being welcomed here like this. Touch shot delivery and slightly cutting away, hitting that into the gap. 4 runs. Excellent. Beautiful batting. Doran and Bonjay. Bonjulia, I must say. And they are batting tremendously well here. The hand-eye coordination, the way that Doran is trying to play those shots. Her hand and eye coordination is perfect enough. Forward. Sometimes you can afford like those shot delivery, but here there is nothing for the spinner. Even though that places they did struggle early on. After when Malaysian bowlers, bowling, the spinners came up, the wickets kept falling in the middle. The start was perfect enough for some players. Has been played the cover region. And overall, so the perfect lines. Chase down the target. That will be a good finish here. She was in 2 minds, either to drive it through the covers back. The very last moment, just thought that may I try to go to his own side. Say, short delivery, 5 runs already. Run rate currently it's improving. High up into the sky, and there you see the catch has been taken. It was no use at this stage because they were batting perfectly, single and double, after scoring shots like this up into the sky, losing the wicket in partnership as well. On Julia was trying to go to the front side. Started with, I think that she scooped it. Either if she had played it all along the ground, would have good hit and maybe crossing over the ball or over that fielder. And Juan Julia scoring 41 in 75 deliveries. He's walking out. It's 98 for 3 in 27 overs. Just pushing forward. After every follow wicket happens as Tanya arrives and Laura has been key wicket here, key partner. Should you try it big? I think it's a sweet shot if you're playing on the ground will be good here. But if you try to go up into the sky, try to clear that fence, I don't think so. It will be a good option here. There's some medium pace, maybe a spin bowler. It's Priyanka. He's keeping in a good tight line. Look at that. Keep it close to the stumps like this. Could be. Oh, that was a good call. But umpire, she's just saying no. That was really a good call. Priyanka pitched that ball in the middle. That was great. Really lucky here. Must say, Nutanya. Has been played at deep wicket. Well, the required run rate has been up to run a ball now. If Malaysian batters want to win this contest, they will have to score on average delivery. A single run on average delivery from here on, 100 up in 27.4 overs. Smartly upish into the covers. A long chase there for the fielder. Stamina needs to be improved. 2 runs. And we have already spoken that the Malaysian batters need to get at least 6 runs per over from here on. And they need to keep this in their mind. Don't play like these dot deliveries because that will create the amount pressure on you. 28, go on 1 or 2 for 3. Hundred and 34 more required. And given that, the first target from Malaysian batters should be get those 34 runs in next almost 5 overs at least. And that is achievable. Because 30 runs in 5 overs can be achieved by scoring run a ball. After that, the asking task will be the 2 figures. That will make them slightly easy to think for that. There's a start at a midfield. The Assam skipper, she's doing a good job by keeping those fielders up. We did see that when that previous shot was played towards covers, the 3 fielders were patrolling at edge of the 30 yards, which is good one to stop the single. Down the leg side, back one down says different answer. The Sumi, though that she has got one wicket, but what important thing she's doing here, containing runs, lush blue sky, beauty. Malaysia is a beautiful country. We are planning to visit, we do so, move through the covers, the long chase, and misfield, resulting in a boundary. What should have been stopped has been given away to the boundary. Like this in style has gone through, so that she hadn't slided properly. Have been an option to stop here. Gone 107 for 3. Oh, that was really a good delivery. As Priyanka, she's pitching that ball really close to the stumps. She had a good call that to put in her previous over. But she's also keeping the batters quiet. Up until that, Assam cricketers, they must be happy by allowing only 1, 2, 3 runs per over. Because there's a bit of hesitation. Don't strike us in. There's a bit of a hesitation here among the Malaysian batters. They're not going over the top now. They're only running single. They're the 29, 30th over, in fact. So the next 5 over, they should get 5 runs per over. It's going down the hill. The chase is there. Third score. Couple at So the next 5 overs, they should target like 30, maybe 40 plus to be in the safer zone. But also keep the wickets intact. It's Nelson's on the card for 3 wickets. Short delivery. 2 runs already. But we need to go like 6 and 7 runs per over. That's asking rate is improving. Might go towards onside, but couldn't make it through. Short delivery to finish. 30 over gone. It's Nelson's for 3.
overs gone here at the BAYUEMAS Oval, and this day has definitely quietly come to life. Malaysia are 111 for 3, still needing 125 of 20 overs, and that's been largely thanks to a wonderfully measured knock from Lawrence, 47 of 71 deliveries, who's inching closer to a very well made half century. If that's to be, he's on 47 of 71 now, and this has been a very mature inning. Didn't rush it in, didn't force anything, he just waited for loose deliveries and capitalized every time that they were presented to her. Other than that, she's rotated beautifully and she's holding on the innings together. She's well supported by Julia, and now it will be entirely up to her how she can curve out pace. On the other end, Lou Junior is new to the crease. She's 5 of 9 deliveries, but she has to just give Lauren the support that she needs, maybe chip in with a few boundaries of her own, and then this game can truly start tilting Malaysia's way. Let's not forget, just about 124 runs now needed, and the required run rate is 6.36, just a little bit over 6 at this moment. But doable, definitely, but it requires intent. It requires someone to just take on the bowling, especially once Lauren reaches, if she reaches a milestone, because Assam definitely doesn't look like they'll sit back. They'll bring the field in, set up singles, and they will definitely try to force a single. Just on that occasion, we see a little bit of a misfield. Definitely can't afford to do that. So now the game moves into its very decisive phase. Foundation is fully set. Malaysia have their informed batter with Lauren still out there in the middle and batting at 48. I think definitely from here on it is Malaysia's game to lose. Could shuffle across the crease, but doesn't quite get the gap and will be a top to finish. 31 overs completed. It's 113 with a loss of 3. And the spin of Moshumi to continue. Moshumi has bowled a brilliant spell. 7 overs so far, given away 21 runs and 6 wicket as well. So the question echoing around Bahamas Oval right now is quite simple. Can the home side just chase this total as we see a flash on the offside this time? And it is just stopped before reaching the boundary. It is actually Priyanka who's continuing. And she's been slightly defensive. Her 4 overs has given away 20 runs. So in the context of the game, she really needs to bowl a better over for Assam here. And as we were saying that the question echoing around Bahamas Oval right now would be if Malaysia can chase this down. And the answer, my friends, is definitely perhaps yes, but with a lot of caution. They can do it if they're smart about it. We just try to break it down from here on. It's 120 of 18.3, so that is just under 6.5 and over. Definitely not a panic zone, and certainly we can't say that this is a cruise control kind of innings either that will be required. Here's the key. It's going to be this phase from the 32nd up until the 40th. This can be the launch pad, and this is the partnership that needs to really set it up. After that, if this partnership is unbroken, then definitely the equation will start to feel much more manageable. Just on that occasion, once again, shorter and pulled away. This is far deep into the crowd, and another maximum. Lauren reaches a half century, and in spectacular fashion, much needed, and absolutely crucial runs here for Malaysia. Oh, wait a moment. For a moment, I thought that she's cleared the boundary. It looks like it has been caught at the deep. Would you believe it? Just when things were looking absolutely fantastic, with something really absolutely, I think all she really needed was put that one away. And everything was definitely right about that shot. It's just that she did not have that power. And the catch was taken at the very deep. What a twist in the tail this is. Laura was looking absolutely phenomenal, and for a moment I thought she cleared it with ease. But looks like Priyanka definitely gets the last laugh, and that brings Aina Hamiza into the center. Now it will be difficult. This was the partnership that they wanted to break, and they picked up the right person here. Jordan definitely was looking very dangerous out there. It's just one shot away. It's very unfortunate that he has to walk back now. This stage, they have opened up another option. Now they have a new batter out there, Dania as well, just 9 of 14 deliveries. So to say that definitely there are two new batters out there, and definitely that is something that is going to bother Malaysia now. 32 overs completed, it's 116 for 4. One thing that is absolutely commendable here is the fact that the body language of Assam is absolutely killing out there. They are not looking bothered. They are not trying to do anything too fancy. They are quite content in the way that this game is operating. Looks like it is Monica here who's got on to introduce a bit more of spin. Starts off with a loose delivery, but that a failed to put that one away. So we are down to the middle order of Malaysia right now. Aina Hamiza is a handy all-rounder. She has expressed her prowess with the ball in hand on occasion, but is yet to deliver with the bat in hand. We'll have to see how she goes. Usually, sometimes we've seen her really play that defensive role. But today, target is really quite close. They have 66 in hand, 119 runs needed. But I'll be happy with his to see that intent. If after playing some good shots, if eventually they fail to reach the target, that is fine. But you can't really afford to put into a shell and start playing dot after dot and just put a value on your wicket and never really go after the chase. That's really not something that makes the supporters very happy. They're playing against Assam here and they're the home side, so the crowd will be supporting them. Monica so far has just we are single in this over. The very first ball, Dania went off strike, and since then, Aina Haviza, just like we were mentioning, often finds herself in a spot of bother when she comes out after a wicket has fallen. So far, that is exactly what we're seeing. End of the over, just one run. This is very crucial. As long as they keep short deliveries, they will find themselves in terms of building the pressure on for Malaysia. 33 overs completed, 117 for 4. And with that, for the first time today, the required run rate has climbed down to 7. And right now, they really need to have a good show with the bat in hand. That one was slightly wideish and cut away beautifully from Noor Dania. And looks like she will have a lot of responsibility up her shoulder. And few shots will be needed to just bring that run rate a bit lower. And I believe so far Priyanka seems to be the bowler that they can target. And if that is the case, they really need to go after her. This time doesn't get the gap. Another dot ball. With that, once again, the run rate goes over 7. Can't really afford to do that. 117. It is within reachable limits as of now, but it's very crucial. Can't afford to play too many dots here. very important for batters to be alert to the situation that they are in, because this is not yet gone out of hand. So they need to keep reminding themselves. And with that beautiful looking shot, once again chases on, and that is good running between the wickets. It's back on strike, and Malaysia will feel he's the right person for the job. Two doubles already taken in this over. Priyanka doesn't look too upset with that because she knows that by running couples can exhaust herself also. And the solid defense in that occasion, but runs are important. Can't afford to stay at dead bat at it at this stage. After this, just 16 overs will be remaining. And with 116, 115 around the block, not easy. Short of his delivery kept a little bit lower, and the cross batted shot is what Tanya managed to play at that. Shot to finish, 34 overs completed, 121 with the loss of 4. Monica to continue. First run taken quite easily. And that is full and straight. That is easy decision for the umpire. One of the easiest decisions he has to make today. And straight away another wicket. Monica didn't have to do too much there. Just attack the stump, fuller delivery. Tania wanted to sweep that one, but no connection with bat and ball, and just plumb in front. Just have a look at that replay. The intention was right, but the execution not really. The ball hit the back foot and was trapped in front. Now Malaysia really find themselves in a lot of bother, and from here on, this case will be very, very difficult. At this stage, definitely you gotta feel that there was over reliance on two players, especially one Julia and Lauren Hua. When Julia scored 41 of 75 and Lauren Hua 48 of 76. And since then, none of the other batters really have gone on to double figures, and the extras also on the board, just 7 runs. So that really shows how controlled this bowling has been from Assam, that the players are having a little bit of a drink, coming back shortly. live action after the little bit of drinks break. So Malaysia in desperate need of some runs here. Otherwise, they're really falling off from this cliff of this chase. When Julia, the opening batter, scored 41 of 75. And other than that, Lauren Kua, 48 of 76. Those two really made it seem like Malaysia are in the chase. But if you look at the batting card, other than those two, none of them have really gone on to double figures. Extras also, just seven, five wide. It is the kind of show with the ball you really take from Assam. You expect this kind of attack. And the real loosener this time down the left side will be signaled the wide. But Monica has definitely done the job. She came in as part timer in her 1.4 deliveries. She's given away 3 runs and picked up a wicket. And now it's all about just picking up wickets at regular intervals. Not been easy, especially with the batters now gone. Aina Hamiza has to bat with the lower order. She herself isn't someone with a reputation of going after the bowling. So from here, things are looking very difficult for Malaysia. 113 still needed, one more delivery remaining, after which just 15 overs will remain. Here comes Monica to Aisha, short pitch delivery, but as you can see that the intent is starting to look like it's missing. With that, 35 overs completed, 123 runs with a loss of 5 for Malaysia.
13 runs just been required here from Malaysia. After they've lost too many wickets, 5 wickets. You can say like sometimes the team needs to contests even from this place. It's not hard to win or to get the victory from this spot. But what has happened? Malaysian cricket team they will have to rethink and reassess what they have done earlier. Or would have been a good catch, properly taken properly in the hands. Went to the right side, rushed me. That ball was just going out of the hands. Really hard to go into the follow through. Hitting on the pads. You see that the umpire yes, replied negatively. That was not getting in line. A good one. Would be dropped. So you see the umpire. These are the things God delivered has made and put the Malaysian women cricket team under pressure. See that? Still, God delivery and made it over. 36th over, which was having a really costly, important time of the inning. 36 overs gone, 120. One rate has jumped up to 2 boundaries per over. from here on to get over. Well, Malaysian women's cricket team, they will have to rethink about their history of cricket in the power plays, like in top 20, 25th over, in this game particularly. Because that was the time. I don't think so that 235 is a massive call in 50 overs. But they have played too much short deliveries, which has put them in sort of pressure here at this stage in 37th over. So the way that they have played, good enough, the bowling, fielding, but the batting. Need to rethink about their plans, that how they have gone through, because yeah, if you look onto the card, like 75 deliveries for one junior, 76 for 48 at Lauren, though they have played good cricket, that the partnership was very good at that time. But they had to improve that. 15 deliveries for Aima Hamza, only 2 runs. So these are small things that the Malaysian cricket team players will have to rethink for the future games. 37 runs. 127 for 5. Cleaned up, and it's been gone through the defenses. And Asia, Elisa, she was just going forward a bit, trying to stop. And she wanting to stop that ball. Hadn't played for a single, and paid the price. That ball has gone through the defenses. Look at that. We're just pushing it. The ball has been gone through the back and pad gap and lost the wicket, which indicates they were not going for single. They were only trying to stop those deliveries. Pressure has been mounted. It's 127 for 6. Helmets are on. Because we are almost converting into most of overs. Keeper just got the helmet. And good thing, because I remember that Mark Boucher from South Africa, off his career off from the cricket and the field, by hitting onto the eye, his eyesight was weakened. And there, short extra cover that has been placed. That is short extra cover. And she has just got the helmet. And I think so that's a pretty good call. Because players' safety is always first. They're catching 2 feet towards offside, catching positions, one belly, and short extra cover. You've also got protection towards mid wicket, in fact. That fielder was camera one run rate has gone beyond limits. The Malaysian cricketers have to do here two boundaries in every over in a single. Looks like a bit hard now. Pretty tough situation here for the batting. And you may see this pushing forward, drop deliveries, risk of carrying out. That's all coming in the mind of the batter here. Subika, Aina Hamza. See that? They're only going through the overs, trying to go to the 50th over, mentioned stop the attack runs. Wicket made it. Excellent. 38 gone, 120.76. Wicket made in the previous one, which has increased the runs required from 8 to 9 per over from here on. We should 15. So down the leg side, that wide delivery, and should get at least two here. So the bowlers can give you a bit of a space, a couple of overs, but if you will be having some good overs, 2 or 3 good overs of like 30, 40 runs, you may come back into this game. So the effort should be there. Shoulders shouldn't go down. Go and make your whole efforts come to no dreams here in this game. Monica just going through her over quickly. Know that first delivery was down the left side, on right. So she has Emma strongly top deliveries. Good effort, excellent effort. Throwing herself away on the right side, stopping the ball with good happy. Single maybe was mid on and mid off itself. Oh, that has edged away. Third man is keeping up in 30 yards. That ball hadn't had enough space, enough speed, must say, go through the line for the boundary. You can see like 1-6 and a boundary, 2 boundaries over from here, which has been a ball for Malaysian cricket team. Is with every pick up block, the pressure is going up. So easy. We had tactics like this before. But Monica completes 4 overs. It's 13 for 1 for her, and 1-2-3 for 6 for 39 overs. Short extra cover, still in place. Rashmi, she has got 1 wicket, top delivery to start. And I think so that Assam is doing a good job by keeping that fielder on a catching position, some kind of drive. It's giving some sort of pressure in the batter's mind that they have got 1 fielder right in front of the face. play officially will be hot. Excellent bowling, Rashmi. Been bowling according to the plan, but there you see Alvarez on in the short cover. Nice there. Both towards onside. Midfield. Supplement single. Just a single in four deliveries. That has been the response from Sofika and Aina Hamza. Short delivery. It's a excellent spell. Now Rashmi is bowling. They've just given them 1-1 after five deliveries. Finish up. That not delivery. And 40 overs complete. 134 for 6.
And this case, which had once promised us a result for Malaysia, now looks like it's absolutely fading away with the dream under the setting sun. Yes, that time has over. We now need 101 runs and from just 9.4 overs. So the task isn't just difficult, it is full of immense pressure. This is where scoreboard weight, tight bowling, and that little word doubt begin to just take over. And definitely the turning point has been without a question the loss of Lauren. She was the anchor, and I think that if that particular shot went for six rather than being caught at deep, how would the game have really changed? It was the anchor, the rhythm, and the calm. And once she departed at 47, the flow really broke down completely. Dania tried for a little bit, but even she had fallen back. And now definitely we have to talk about Assam. They've won this little place really. Made some smart bowling to just observe that it is spin that is working, and they have mixed the spinners really well. The field setup was absolutely spot on, and there was build up of absolute pressure with relentless dot balls. Every time Malaysia tried to rebuild, Assam eventually broke the partnership, and they hunted, definitely hunted in pairs as well when it comes to the spinners. And after a very long time, we see Tintimani into the attack and starts off with what is anticipated of her. That is a beautiful Yorker. Aina Hamisa, we expected this. He is not known to be one of the scorers who really goes after the bowling. He's known to be the one who usually just sees off one end, and that's what she's doing. 7 of 28 now, and definitely we have to say that Assam has been absolutely clinical. Look at that, not overly celebrating anything. He knows it was a good delivery. Just look at the umpire because you also know that the ball was going down the leg side. Never really appealed to the louder tone. In absolutely ruthless. And this is how you really have to defend a tricky total. in the 50 over format. Once again, looking to bowl that Joker, but will be a bit disappointed. That one was also going down the left side. Looks like Aina Misa is being beaten for pace out there. He's really bowling this quickly. He's given a break, quite a long one. Now it looks like she's steaming in with all she has and just trying to find herself in that wicket column. So far, she has picked up, even we're only 13 runs, and this over so far she's trying to bowl those jokers. This time, a low full toss, not carrying it to the fielder in the deep, only be a single, and now she has a chance to bowl at the left-hander. Sobika, another batter to come off the bat for Malaysia in the lower order and is not among the scoring yet. 11 deliveries have been faced by her. She's yet to get off the mark. So once again, that shows how much of the control Assam really has with the ball in hand. Required run rate now 12, but it looks like Malaysia really has taken the feet off that pedal when it comes to acceleration here and going to the stage. Now the dot ball not in the line, perhaps he just wants to check the stump and maybe by doing so he can pick up a wicket here. Last ball in this over remaining and the score is 136 for 6. Let's see if Chintimani can produce that joker here. Sometimes when the bowler is really trying a little bit too hard, usually by thinking of that wicket delivery at the start of the run up can help. And look at that, much better. Finishes off with a dot, and that's the completion of the 42nd over. Now, Malaysia still need 100, but in 8 overs. So this phase hasn't really gone anywhere after the fall of that wicket of Lauren, like you mentioned before. Look at the fall of the wicket. First fell at 12, the next is 31. Then a massive partnership, after which when Julia had to go back, that wicket fell at 98. So at one stage, Malaysia went 98 for 3. And right now they are 136 for 6. So that third wicket fell in 26.6. So really, after playing for almost 20 odd overs, they've only managed for 38 runs. That really shows how much of a tight bowling we have seen from Assam today. Lawrence wicket, on the other hand, fell at 116. Even then, I believe that they were in the game. Look at that, loose delivery this time. The ball is running away, and that will be extras. 5 of them. That is not the best start from Rima here, but it is the offering that they're getting from Assam too little, too late in this case. And Hafiza on strike, 8 of 31, and only 3 batters in the double digits. Lauren has been the top scorer with 48, and one Julia, 41 of 75, second highest scorer. We saw a little bit of an intent from Dani as well. Beautifully bowled this time from Rima, and it's just outdone Aina Hamiza here. Not really having the kind of fluency that is required to face Asima with the pace of Rima. That really tells the story, doesn't it? Aina Hamiza ends. It stays 32 deliveries, but hasn't really bothered the scorers too much. So she goes back, scoring just 8. Now, a very good bowler comes out to the middle, which definitely have her work cut off here. Amalin is the new batter. He picked up 4 wickets with the ball in hand today. But so far, Malaysia once again finding themselves in a disappointing situation with the bat in hand. Previous game also, they were up around this score. And today, they started with a lot of promise. For a moment, we all thought that they'll go on to produce a better show with the bat in hand. But eventually, although they have played 42 overs, once again, they're finding themselves in a similar sort of situation. Definitely, they need to take a lot from today's game. They need to understand the batting lineup here. When Julia was the batter who really delivered alongside Lawrence, but they need other batters to also step up. This series, a lot will also rely on someone like Marcelisa. She's not been delivering with the bat in this series yet. Rima once again another wide. She's trying to bowl a little bit of extra pace, and perhaps that's why she's been deviating down the leg side far too often. But regardless, she can afford to try out a few things here because it looks like Malaysia has really given up on this pace here. 94 runs still needed, so that's a long way off. Just 7.5 overs remaining. This time on the length, and Rima slips, but you see that she's really exerting herself here, trying to pull a bit quicker and trying to attack the stump of Kamalin. And really, all the bowlers are among the wickets with one wicket each, except Money. So that's why we saw her really trying very hard for that one wicket. But she's been very economical as well. Can't really make a fast bowler content with that. Here we're seeing that Rima has also picked up a wicket. She's been slightly expensive. She's gone at a run rate of 5.77 and she's given away 6 runs of extras, especially because of that 5 wides at the start of this over. But regardless, she'll want to improve that. Maybe she'll be happy if she can pick up one more wicket here. We have to see. Amalin so far has defended nicely and not trying to do anything else. Perhaps at the moment, it looks like they're just trying to play out their quota of 50 overs. There's so far no more intent on this day when it comes to their batting. Two more deliveries remaining from Rima. This time it is nicely guided, but there is a fielder at point. It will be a dot ball. Amalin and Sobika, both of them are yet to get off the mark. And this is the last ball of the 43rd. Here's Rima coming and in a hope to pick up one more wicket. Sobika is just patiently waiting from the other end, just watching her partner lay out this over. This time, just nicely played towards the offside once again. A dot to finish. 43 overs completed. 142 with the loss of 7. And the fast bowler Cintimani to continue. Still trying very hard to pick up a wicket here. Topic on that occasion hit that in the air, but the ball not really traveling to the fielder. Ever since Lauren walked back for 47, it's been a very sorrow story with the bat for Malaysia. Dania tried to hang in but couldn't hold the innings alone, and the middle order has been very tentative throughout the series. Lower order is exposed now. Assam has been really ripping through this Malaysia batting lineup, one squeeze after another, and suddenly there's no room really left to even breathe. The bowlers deserve immense credit here. They haven't panicked when the partnership was building. They were just bowling within himself and continued to build on that pressure. Short balls have been followed by wicket-taking deliveries. Fielders have also backed up beautifully on that occasion. That's a good-looking stroke from Savika. Chases on, should be stopped before reaching the boundary. and that should be a couple of runs there. Sometimes we've seen that half chances has also been converted. Every loose run has been denied. It's been a textbook defense built on discipline and control. And here we are, Malaysia needs more in last six. They need 92 from here on. Required run rate is 14.15, and at the moment they have taken their pedal off that accelerator. So cricket can be cruel that way. I think even 10 to 12 overs back, there was equal contest between bat and ball. Just one wicket can really hit it in the favor of the opposition if it can come in the right moment. After that, with just chasing away numbers and reward for Tintimani, well deserved there. And once again, another Assam bowler struck, and now all of them are among the wickets. So definitely that shows how well each of the bowlers have really contributed. Tintimani has been bowling extremely well. She was economical. Right now, she gets the wicket off a low full toss, and it's been that sort of a day for Malaysia, hasn't it? Savika could have really put that one away anywhere, but on that occasion, that one went straight to the fielder, and looks like they're ready to just shake hands and call it a day. We have to wait for official signal. I think yes, it is. The two batters for Malaysia have been injured, and I believe that is why they are not coming out to bat. The likes of Elsa Hunter, we saw her limping when she was fielding, as well as Marisa Abdullah. So with that, we have come to the conclusion of this game. And after winning the toss, Assam decided to have a bat first. They scored 235 with a loss of 9. Gayatri was absolutely brilliant with a 42 of 60. Samantika did well, 38 of 66. And Monica is scoring 32 of 41. Amalin was definitely the pick of the bowlers. He mixed it up nicely. Picked up 4 wickets and given away just 31 runs, well supported by Aina Hamiza, who picked up 2, and Noor Dani was off spinners, 1 for 42. The chase was started off very nicely with when Julia going at a very healthy strike rate as well, 41 of 75. After that, he formed a partnership with Doran, pick up the batters here, 48 of 76, but eventually not really anything else coming with the other batters in support, and that is why they found themselves restricted at 144. Monica picked up 1 wicket, given away 14 runs. Tintimani also picked up one, given away 16, and Rashmi 1 for 18. So it was a comprehensive bowling effort. All the bowlers really chipped in with at least 1 wicket each, and that is why Assam find themselves victorious in this second match of the series by 91 runs. So that is it from up here at the Combox. I am Abra Hussain. I'll be taking a leave, but this tournament will definitely come alive if Malaysia manage to win their next. So I'll be requesting you to join us for that match. Thank you. With that, I end proceedings from up here.
Player of the match for today's game is Miss Gayatri. Well done. Well done. Here you go.